Chapter 36-38, Chapter 7-12, Godslayer's Treasury. Chapter 36-38, Chapter 7-12, Godslayer's Treasury. Chapter 7-12, Godslayer's Treasury. Ruined Temple, Ruined Library. As Shifeng and his team advanced deeper into the ruined library, the quantity and quality of demon statues they faced continuously increased. Initially, the demon statues only appeared in groups of 100 or so, but that number gradually increased to 200 and beyond. In addition, count-ranked demon kings appeared in greater numbers, and even duke-ranked demon kings had started to appear. These duke-ranked demon kings were close to rivaling Tier 5 dragons of the same level, and their appearance caused the progression of Shifeng's team to slow down significantly. "We got lucky this time. Guild leader." This dupe dropped the boots for the God Chaser set. Ji Luorong said as she held up the pair of light blue boots she had just finished appraising, excitement and fighting spirit coloring her eyes. "With this, we only need the helmet to complete the set." Apart from the astonishing loot, everyone was also able to improve their control over their enhanced mana after continuously clashing with the ruined library's demon statues. The improvement was especially obvious among the team's Tier 6 members, as Shifeng had tasked them with fighting the Duke-ranked demon kings they encountered in one-on-one situations. These high-intensity battles allowed them to improve their skill and spell completion rates rapidly. When using Tier 6 skills and spells, the average Tier 6 expert in God's domain could only achieve a completion rate of 80%. Even those who had reached the 4th floor standard could only advance their completion rate to 85%, enabling their Tier 6 skills and spells to exhibit 100% of their effects. Meanwhile, once a skill or spell's completion rate reached 85%, every subsequent increase would improve the spell significantly. If a Tier 6 skill or spell reached a 100% completion rate, it could exhibit as much as 200% of its original effects, allowing it to exhibit power rivaling Tier 6 taboo skills or curses. And if a Tier 6 taboo skill or curse achieved a 100% completion rate, it could exhibit power rivaling the attacks of ancient gods. In Ji Luorong's case, the highest completion rate she had achieved when using Tier 6 spells in the past was 87%, while her result with Tier 6 curses peaked at 80%. But after acquiring the Dragon's Fury secret treasure set and bronze mana purification technique and battling with them for 10 hours, she could already cast her Tier 6 spells at a steady 93% completion rate. Paired with the strength of her mana, her Tier 6 spells could already exhibit strength rivaling the attacks of Tier 6 gods. If she could stabilize her Tier 6 curses at an 85% completion rate, even Tier 6 gods would suffer against her if they did not use Tier 6 defensive skills or spells to defend themselves. In fact, Ji Luorong could already see herself achieving a 95% completion rate with her Tier 6 spells so long as she trained for another 10 hours or so. At that time, it would no longer be a dream to cast her Tier 6 curses at a steady 90% completion rate and fight against bona fide Tier 6 gods. All right, everyone rest up for 10 minutes. We'll be entering the collection hall after this, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw Ji Luorong and the others looking eager to continue fighting despite having just concluded an intense battle. Although Shifeng indeed wanted Ji Luorong and the others to quickly adapt to their new mana, a taboo mode dungeon was not to be trifled with. Even with his current strength, he had to rely on his skills heavily to assist the team. If they tried to fight without his skills, there was a high chance they would get team wiped. As a side note, Shifeng received an incredibly lucrative amount of EXP from the demon statues they felled because of his low level. After just 10 hours of grinding, he had already leveled up from level 178 to level 180, and his basic attributes were now at the standard of level 200, Tier 6 gods in the truest sense. So long as the ruined library's final boss wasn't a level 210, Tier 6 god, he was confident he could lead his team to victory. Guild leader! Something big happened in God's domain. Phoenix Rain exclaimed as she approached Shifeng with hurried steps. Some hours ago, the two foreign teams that have descended upon our god's domain suddenly started to capture Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts to do their bidding. The various powers are all panicking because of this, and several superpowers on Illusory Word's side are asking to join Zero Wing. However, they worry that Zero Wing might not be able to ensure their independence and safety once the world gate opens, so they hope for us to prove our strength. Should we agree? After Shifeng distributed the secret treasures and mana purification techniques to them, Phoenix Rain no longer worried about the foreign powers. With Zero Wing's current strength, it was more than strong enough to survive against even the foreign powers' armies. Now, she only wondered whether it would be worthwhile to let other native powers join Zero Wing. These foreign powers are acting rather quickly. Shifeng wasn't particularly surprised to hear the matter Phoenix Rain reported, or more specifically, it was only a matter of time before it happened. After all, native Tier 6 experts were the best tools to explore a taboo mode dungeon. There was no way these foreign powers would forego using these tools. Tell Illusory Words that they can either join us or get lost. Zero Wing isn't interested in begging others to join. Honestly, after recruiting Phoenix Rain's and Jilurong's groups, Zero Wing no longer needed Tier 6 experts. Whether it was Phoenix Rain's subordinates or Jilurong's Eternal Glory Adventurer team, both had many Tier 5 experts capable of advancing to Tier 6. They were merely lacking the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Shifeng would have no trouble letting these individuals advance to Tier 6 with the medium world fragment in his possession. In that case, why should Zero Wing go out of its way to prove itself to those seeking to rely on it? Did these people take Zero Wing for a charity case? Understood. Phoenix Rain nodded in agreement. A guild didn't need to have many members, especially not members who would pack their bags and flee at the first sign of danger. If the various superpowers weren't even willing to take the risk to join Zero Wing would be better off not having them as members. While Phoenix Rain was relaying Shifeng's answer to Illusory Words, Shadowflower's voice suddenly appeared in the team chat. "I think I discovered a treasury, guild leader," Shadowflower said before sharing an image through the team chat. The image showed a golden door sealed by countless divine chains. Engraved on the door was a man holding a long sword fighting to the death, and below the man laid countless corpses of demons and gods. The God Slayer's treasury? Shifeng immediately got goosebumps when he saw the image. Very few records of the God Slayer existed in God's domain, but according to rumors, the God Slayer could slay gods despite having a mortal body. Moreover, these weren't just your average Tier 6 gods, but primordial gods. From what Shifeng uncovered in his previous life, the God Slayer initially appeared in a very distant era. It was so distant that none of the gods of the modern era existed back then, and some ancient gods hadn't even been born yet. During that era, existences that could be referred to as gods would be considered primordial gods in the modern era. According to rumors, the God Slayer had left behind many treasures across the greater God's domain to provide the human race a helping hand in times of danger. Meanwhile, the ruined library was one of the places rumored to house the God Slayer's treasure. However, Shifeng had never heard of anyone discovering the God Slayer's treasure in the ruined library in his previous life. However, the instant Shifeng saw the image Shadowflower shared, he was already certain of it. Hidden behind the golden door were undoubtedly the treasures the God Slayer had left behind. In Shadowflower's eyes, the engravings on the door might only be a depiction of a piece of ancient history. However, as someone who had learned the Goddess of Space's mana technique, Shifeng could tell that these engravings had a similar function to those found on primordial god tablets. In other words, someone had done the unthinkable and used a primordial god tablet as a door. After seeing such an extravagant gesture, Feng refused to believe that the God Slayer's treasures weren't behind that door. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Com if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3640, Chapter 714, Legendary Guard. Chapter 3640, Chapter 714. Legendary Guard, Chapter 714. Legendary Guard. Legendary? Can my personal guard become a legendary guard? Confusion appeared on Blue Phoenix's delicate face when she heard Feng's words. Although Blue Phoenix held Feng's strength in high regard as Phoenix Rain's assistant and an expert who had nurtured personal guards for many years, she knew exactly how difficult it was to improve a personal guard's growth potential. It was especially so for epic guards, whose growth potential had reached 100 points. Of course, in exchange for the increased difficulty, every subsequent improvement a personal guard achieved in growth potential would also increase the growth rate of their basic attributes by a frightening extent. Take her epic personal guard, Dragon Knight Los Marin, for example. With 107 points in growth potential, Los Marin was undoubtedly at the top among their God's Domain's epic personal guards. He could defend against attacks from even dragons of the same level and tier. This was also why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion previously dared to challenge Minus's trial. Meanwhile, to develop Los Marin's growth potential to such an extent, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had expended all of the precious materials available in God's Domain. At this point, it was unlikely their God's Domain had enough materials to help Los Marin achieve even a 1-point improvement in growth potential, let alone advance to the legendary standard. After all, the minimum requirement for a personal guard to reach the legendary standard was 120 points in growth potential, and Los Marin was 13 points short of reaching it. No amount of manpower would be enough to gather the necessary materials to upgrade Los Marin into a legendary personal guard. Of course, he can, Feng said definitively. What is your personal guard's current growth potential? Normally, unless a personal guard was inherently an epic guard, upgrading them to the legendary standard was nigh impossible. Even in the case of natural epic personal guards, they would still require plenty of legendary and inferior divine materials to advance to the legendary standard. The total cost of such an endeavor was so expensive that most conglomerates wouldn't even be able to afford it. Only pseudo-apex powers and apex powers would be able to do so. Fortunately, Feng had previously raided the Nameless City's treasury and acquired over 30,000 bottles of divine water of life. So long as he was willing to pay the price, he could even produce an advanced legendary guard, let alone a legendary guard. He's currently at 107 points. Blue Phoenix said awkwardly. 13 points to go. Feng couldn't help but frown a little when he heard Blue Phoenix's answer. Then he handed Blue Phoenix 3 bottles of divine water of life and said, "It seems we can only take a gamble." Although there was no limit to the consumption of divine water of life, only the first 3 bottles would yield the greatest effects. Afterward, every subsequent improvement would require the consumption of multiple bottles of divine water of life. He had only brought 241 bottles with him when he returned, leaving the remaining 30,000 bottles in Zero Wing's guild warehouse in the Eternal Realm. If the first 3 bottles failed to shrink the 13-point gap by a lot, the remaining 238 bottles would unlikely be enough to upgrade Blue Phoenix's personal guard to the legendary standard. An inferior divine material. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but be taken aback when she saw the divine water of life. Isn't this a little too extravagant, Guild Leader Black Flame? As the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's former guild leader, Phoenix Rain knew how much effort had gone into collecting the materials used to upgrade Blue Phoenix's personal guard. Among these materials, there were even several bottles of water of life, an incredibly rare and precious material in their God's Domain. Only with these materials could Los Marin achieve a growth potential of 107 points. Meanwhile, the divine water of life was 100 times more precious than the normal water of life. It was so rare that she had only ever seen it being mentioned in history books. Yet, Shifeng was thinking of using such a precious material just to bet on the chance they could upgrade Los Marin's growth potential to the legendary standard. This was beyond extravagance. After all, the divine water of life's effects far surpassed that of the normal water of life. If these 3 bottles were used properly, they could bring Zero Wing 3 legendary guards. At that time, Zero Wing would be unstoppable in God's domain. So long as we succeed, everything will be worth it, Shifeng said to Phoenix Rain, nonchalantly. Then he looked at Blue Phoenix and continued, "Hurry up and have your personal guard drink them." This Blue Phoenix was no fool. She naturally understood the divine water of life's value, so she couldn't help but look toward Phoenix Rain for directions. "Listen to the guild leader," Phoenix Rain said, and nodded when she failed to spot any hesitation on Shifeng's face. After seeing Phoenix Rain's nod of approval, Blue Phoenix stopped hesitating and summoned her personal guard. Then she had him drink all 3 bottles of divine water of life. However, she still couldn't help but grow a little nervous when she saw him drinking the precious liquid bottle after bottle. A moment after Los Marin consumed all 3 bottles, his aura suddenly changed. If before he was a lion cub, now he was an adult lion. He felt completely different from before, and he exerted an oppressive feeling on those around him. "What an incredible aura!" Ji Luorong exclaimed as she looked at Los Marin. "He feels stronger than me already." Indeed, with such basic attributes, he should have no trouble clashing with a Tier 6 god, Shadowflower commented. Everyone marveled and rejoiced over Los Marin's astonishing transformation. Shifeng, however, frowned. "How many points to go?" Shifeng asked Blue Phoenix. Shifeng had encountered more than 1 advanced legendary guards in his previous life, let alone basic legendary guards. So he knew how strong legendary guards were supposed to be, and Los Marin definitely wasn't one. In response, Blue Phoenix looked at Los Marin's statistics and gloomily said he still needs 3 more points. Los Marin's growth potential was currently at 117 points. He could already be considered the strongest epic guard in their god's domain. However, he was still far from reaching the legendary standard. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that unless Los Marin could gain access to more divine water of life, he would have 0 chance of reaching the legendary standard within his lifetime. After all, even in the world outside of their god's domain, it was unlikely that there were treasures superior to the divine water of life. Only 3? Thank goodness. Shifeng sighed in relief when he heard Blue Phoenix's answer. Then he took out another 140 bottles of divine water of life and handed them to Blue Phoenix, saying, "Have him drink all of these." Starting from the 4th consumption, a personal guard must consume multiple bottles of divine water of life to see any improvements. More specifically, the 4th consumption would require 10 bottles, the 5th consumption would require 30 bottles, the 6th consumption would require 100 bottles, the 7th consumption would require 300 bottles, and the 8th consumption would require 1,000 bottles. With the amount of divine water of life he had on hand, he could only upgrade Blue Phoenix's personal guard 3 more times. Fortunately, Los Marin only needed 3 more points. Even if each consumption only improved his growth potential by 1 point, he could still advance to the legendary standard without fail. That many? Blue Phoenix gaped in shock when she saw the 140 bottles of divine water of life. As for everyone else, they were similarly dumbfounded by this scene. It was especially so for Phoenix Rain, who had some understanding of the divine water of life. with 140 bottles of divine water of life. So long as one wasn't a fool and utilized them normally, it was entirely possible to rule over the entire God's domain. Yet, Feng was using all these precious materials just to create one legendary guard. Words such as insane and extravagant could no longer describe Feng's actions. What he was doing was no different than tossing a mountain of gold into the ocean just to see some waves. Hurry up! The boss has already noticed us, Feng urged when he saw Eucharius suddenly opening his eyes. Hearing this, Blue Phoenix hurriedly had Los Marin consume all 140 bottles of divine water of life in one fell swoop. Boom! Immediately, a pillar of terrifying flames made of mana rose from Los Marin, and a mighty aura swept across everyone present. Los Marin's current aura was in a completely different dimension compared to before, and even Phoenix Rain, and the other Tier 6 players present couldn't help but stumble multiple steps away from the personal guard. Success! Feng smiled when he saw this scene. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Come if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3641, Chapter 715, Legendary VS, First Generation. Chapter 3641, Chapter 715, Legendary VS First Generation, Chapter 715, Legendary VS First Generation. So the rumors of legendary guards, rivaling gods of the same level were true. A legendary personal guard. If those who chose not to leave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion with Phoenix Rain learn of this, they'll probably die from regret. At this time, Ji Luorong and the other Tier 6 team members felt immense pressure from Los Marin. It should be known that Feng had previously given each Tier 6 member of the team a Dragon's Fury set and a Bronze Mana Purification technique, the combination allowing them to gain strength close to matching Tier 6 gods of the same level. Yet, despite their strength having improved so much, they still got the urge to run away when they stood before Los Marin, a level 212 Tier 6 Dragon Knight. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that none of their god's domain's powers possessed anyone capable of contending against Los Marin. Even the 5 great super guilds were no exception. After all, even the strongest expert from the 5 great super guilds could only match level 200 Tier 6 gods. Said expert still had a long way to go to match level 212 Tier 6 gods. All right, this is no time to be daydreaming. What is Los Marin's current potential? Feng asked, smiling as he looked at Blue Phoenix's dazed expression. Of course, Feng could understand the reactions of Blue Phoenix and the others. Any player would be surprised if it was their first time seeing a legendary guard. After all, the life rating and basic attributes of legendary guards were vastly superior to most Tier 6 players. It was especially so for legendary guards who were fully equipped with legendary items or several fragmented divine artifacts. In front of such legendary guards, even Tier 6 players equipped with multiple legendary items would be no different than ants. Currently, although Los Marin was not fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, he still possessed incredibly powerful basic attributes. If he were to fight against the Tier 6 players of their god's domain, he would be akin to an adult fighting against a bunch of toddlers. He's at 121 points. Blue Phoenix said after snapping out of her daze. Not bad. He should have no trouble tanking the boss now. Feng said, feeling a little joyful as he looked at Los Marin. Then he commanded everyone get ready. When Los Marin tanks the boss, everyone else should find opportunities to deal damage. However, never get greedy and try to get close to the boss. Once a personal guard reached the legendary standard, every subsequent 1-point increase in growth potential would increase their basic attributes by 10%. After factoring in their weapons and equipment, their overall strength would increase by an even greater margin. Although Los Marin had yet to complete his exclusive legendary guard quest and acquire a set of top-tier legendary weapons and equipment for himself, thanks to his growth potential, his basic attributes should be close to matching a 120-point legendary guard fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, as soon as Shifeng finished issuing his command, Eucharius suddenly appeared within 300 yards of the team. At the same time, a staff embedded with 7 luminaries gemstones appeared in his hand. Foolish intruders! This is not a place where you belong. Eucharius waved his staff as he gazed down at Shifeng's team. Suddenly, a fourfold magic array that was several thousand yards in diameter appeared above Shifeng and the others. The magic array instantly drained the surrounding area of mana, causing all of the Tier 5 experts present to fall to their knees. Impossible. This is impossible. How can anyone quadruple cast the Tier 6 version of Dark Paradise? Is he a monster? All of the Tier 5 experts despaired as they looked at the fourfold magic array above their heads. Even Ji Luorong and Phoenix Rain, who were Tier 6 mage gods, were greatly frightened. What Eucharius had cast was the Tier 6 version of Dark Paradise. As it was a Tier 6 curse, even Tier 6 mage gods like themselves would normally take their time casting it. Otherwise, their skill completion rate would end up very low, and the effects their Dark Paradise could achieve would be terrible. Meanwhile, casting a fourfold spell was akin to casting the same spell 4 times. In the case of Tier 6 curses, quadruple casting them was such a challenging endeavor that it was outside the capabilities of even Tier 6 gods proficient in magic. However, the fact that Eucharius had cast a fourfold Tier 6 curse was still not the most frightening part. What truly frightened everyone was that Eucharius's fourfold Dark Paradise was cast with a 100% completion rate. Subsequently, a black ball of mana emerged from the fourfold magic array and descended upon Shifeng's team rapidly. The ball of mana erased everything in its path, and there was no doubt it could erase even the immortal souls of Tier 6 players should it be allowed to connect. However, halfway through the mana ball's descent, a brilliant radiance suddenly illuminated the sky. At the same time, Los Marin could be seen appearing before the mana ball, with his shield raised. Just as Los Marin's shield was about to collide with the fourfold Dark Paradise, countless divine runes emerged from the shield, forming a twofold barrier that covered a 1,000-yard radius. Twofold Tier 6 super spell, Oracular Barrier. Boom! For a moment, the land and the sky vanished as a powerful shockwave turned the space in a 10,000-yard into a dark void. The flood of mana that resulted from the collision of spells was so violent that it momentarily prevented the world laws from repairing the affected space. However, the two individuals in the sky did not stop their clash after the initial impact. Moving at a speed that even Tier 6 experts could barely perceive, Los Marin defended against Eucharius's spells using his shield while continuously trying to close in on the first-generation saint. Throughout this period, their respective law projections also clashed with one another. Although Los Marin could only ensure that a limited area was free from the influence of Eucharius's law projection, it was just barely enough to cover everyone from Shifeng's team. However, Eucharius was no ordinary boss. Not only did he prevent Los Marin from getting anywhere near him, but he also caused Los Marin to lose over 5 billion HP each time the other party blocked his spells. Even after becoming a legendary guard, Los Marin only had 70 billion HP. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than a minute for Los Marin to fall. All healers, keep Los Marin alive with everything you have. Tier 5s, find opportunities to attack with combination skills and spells. Shifeng calmly commanded, not at all surprised to see Los Marin being in a convincingly disadvantageous position. A legendary guard might rival gods, but first-generation saints were existences far superior to gods. After issuing his commands, Shifeng promptly activated his Tier 6 Legacy Super Spell Sword Law World. Then, he joined everyone in attacking Eucharius. Although Eucharius was a first-generation saint who had mastered 3 advanced laws, Sword Law World still took full effect, weakening him by 30% in all aspects. As a result, Eucharius's maximum HP fell to 1 for quadrillion, and his law projection was weakened by 30%. This change allowed Los Marin to gain the upper hand, and the Dragon Knight instantly appeared within melee range of the first-generation saint and dealt over 30 billion damage with a Tier 6 shield bash. He can close the gap now. What skill did the guild leader use? Isn't it overpowered? When everyone saw Los Marin finally landing a hit on Eucharius, their confidence no longer wavered. Split into 10-man groups and attack with large combination spells. Phoenix Rain was similarly excited by this development, and she promptly commanded her Tier 5 subordinates to attack Eucharius using large combination spells. Immediately, apart from the 14 healers, every other Tier 5 expert in the team started attacking Eucharius in groups of 10. Under normal circumstances, Tier 5 large combination spells could already exceed the average Tier 6 spell in power. Now that all of the team's Tier 5 members had mana rivaling Tier 6 players, the Tier 5 large combination spells they cast could rival Tier 6 curses, each attack causing over 10 billion damage to Eucharius. In just one volley, the team's 8 Tier 5 groups had dealt over 100 billion damage. Paired with Shifeng's attack, which dealt over 300 billion damage, they managed to put a visible dent in one of Eucharius's 12 HP bars. However, before anyone could celebrate, Eucharius's battle recovery kicked in, instantly replenishing all of the HP he had just lost. This sight plunged everyone into despair once again. Sure enough, the difference is still too much. Shifeng wryly smiled when he saw Eucharius's fully recovered HP. Although Eucharius had been weakened by 30%, his HP remained at a staggering value, and it allowed him to recover 28 trillion HP every 5 seconds. Under normal circumstances, even a 100-man Tier 6 team would be helpless against him. It seems I have no other choice. Immediately, Shifeng took out the Primordial Dragon Legacy Crystal and summoned Kalish's Phantom. This time, Kalish's Phantom was visibly stronger than the last time Shifeng had summoned it. The phantom of a 10,000-meter-tall dragon had even appeared with Kalish's Phantom. Meanwhile, after scanning the surrounding area, Kalish's Phantom revealed a look of surprise briefly before she pointed a finger at Eucharius. At the same time, the phantom dragon behind Kalisha opened its mouth and gathered a concentrated ball of energy in it. Then, it bellowed in the direction of Eucharius. Primordial Dragon Roar. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Com if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3642, Chapter 716, Primordial Dragons Roar. Chapter 3642, Chapter 716, Primordial Dragons Roar. Chapter 716, Primordial Dragons Roar. Despicable Dragon, this is not where you belong. When Eucharius saw the massive phantom dragon opening its mouth, his composure disappeared, and his expression turned gloomy. At the same time, a 7-colored radiance bloomed from his staff, and numerous magic arrays that spewed out divine runes appeared above him. In the blink of an eye, countless divine runes had wrapped themselves around Eucharius, making it impossible for even Los Marin to get within 1,000 yards of him. As for everyone else, their attacks were erased from existence as soon as they moved within 1,000 yards of the first-generation saint. This boss wasn't even taking us seriously this entire time. Ji Luorong couldn't help but doubt herself when she saw this sudden development. Previously, although Eucharius was strong, they could more or less damage him after Shifeng had weakened him. But now, Their attacks couldn't even get within 1,000 yards of Eucharius, let alone damage him. The difference in strength was simply despairing. Meanwhile, a moment after Eucharius finished constructing his divine rune barrier, the gigantic phantom dragon suddenly bellowed. Immediately afterward, a gray beam exuding a boundless destructive aura struck Eucharius's barrier. However, unlike the attacks of Ji Luorong and the others, the gray beam did not get erased. Instead, it tore through the barrier like a thin sheet of paper and devoured Eucharius. Even then, the beam did not stop as it continued advancing and devouring the land behind Eucharius, creating a bottomless pit in front of the temple, as expected of one of the 12 sanctuary's rulers. Not even a level 210 first-generation saint can defend against her attack. Shifeng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw Eucharius losing the left half of his body to the gray beam. It should be known that Kalisha was still not in her peak state, yet she could already exhibit such power with only her phantom. Although her primordial dragon, Roar, did not outright kill Eucharius, it took away more than 10% of his HP and put him in a heavily injured state. This was a feat that even ancient gods would have great difficulty replicating. In fact, if Kalisha hadn't halted her attack after hitting Eucharius, Shifeng suspected she could put a hole through his home god's domain. How many more trump cards does he still have? When Phoenix Rain saw Eucharius being deprived of most of his combat power, she couldn't help but look at Shifeng in shock. Even though it hadn't been long since they started clashing with Eucharius, Phoenix Rain could already tell that the first-generation saint was an impossible opponent. They wouldn't stand a chance against Eucharius even if they gathered all of their God's Domains players, let alone fighting him with just 6 Tier 6 players. Under normal circumstances, their only option was to wait for death to claim them and pray they wouldn't get their souls annihilated. Yet, with only a single move, Shifeng had reduced Eucharius to a state where the first-generation saint couldn't even pose a threat to their team. We need to start attacking. We cannot let the boss recover his body, Shifeng commanded when he saw Kalisha's phantom disappearing. Once Eucharius's body fully recovered, even if he remained heavily injured, he could still exhibit combat power rivaling Tier 6 gods of the same level. With his absurdly high HP, even if he didn't have combat recovery, he could slowly whittle them to death. Hearing Shifeng's command, Phoenix Rain, and the others understood this was a precious opportunity and promptly resumed their attack on Eucharius. Immediately, Phoenix Rain, Ji Luorong, and Purple Eye activated a Tier 6 Berserk skill and started casting Tier 6 curses, such as Dimensional Spirit Blade, Skyfire Thunder Spear, and Meteor Explosion. Although none of these Tier 6 curses were known for having astonishing power, they were the Tier 6 curses that the trio were most proficient in. For example, Phoenix Rain could control up to 100 dimensional blades at a time. Ji Luorong could control several hundred thunder spears at a time, and Purple Eye could control over 1,000 meteors at a time. Before their mana dried up, they could attack endlessly with these Tier 6 curses. Meanwhile, Shadowflower and Crimson Mist activated their respective doppelganger skills, with Shadowflower splitting into 5 copies of herself and Crimson Mist summoning 2 copies of herself. Shadowflower's doppelgangers possessed 100% of her basic attributes, while Crimson Mist doppelgangers had 150% of her basic attributes. After doing so, they worked with Los Mirian to negate all of Eucharius's attempts at launching a counteroffensive and allow everyone else to attack the first-generation saint freely. As for Shifeng, he activated Holy Mana's Shadow and World of Frost, transforming into a 20-meter-tall giant and summoning 100 frost swords to his side. Immediately afterward, he executed Sword's Orbit and launched a barrage of stars at Eucharius, each impact easily depleting nearly 100 billion of the first-generation saint's HP. After just one cycle of attacks, He dealt over 10 trillion damage to Eucharius, his DPS alone surpassing the combined total of the rest of his team. 87%, 50%, 20%. Eucharius's HP rapidly fell under everyone's fierce attacks. But at the same time, Eucharius gradually recovered his body and combat power. First, it was his left arm. Then, it was his left leg. As Eucharius recovered more of his divine body, he also shifted from using Tier 4 spells to Tier 5 spells to defend himself. When Eucharius's HP fell to 2%, he finally recovered his divine body completely and could use Tier 6 spells again. Immediately, he retaliated against Shifeng's team with a fourfold Tier 6 curse, overcoming Los Marin's defense with ease and obliterating 4 of the 10 Tier 5 groups. This turn of events shocked everyone. It should be known that Eucharius's heavily injured status was still in effect, yet he could still kill them with ease. "It's over for you intruders. Die, all of you." After his initial retaliation, Eucharius coldly glanced at Shifeng's team before summoning 15 magic arrays around himself, each corresponding to a Tier 6 spell. However, at the same time as Eucharius had decided to rid himself of his opponents once and for all, Shifeng raised the Shadow Incinerator high into the air and swung down with it. Die. The end. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. Immediately, a towering pillar of flames rose from under Eucharius. Although Eucharius had promptly reacted to it by casting a Tier 6 defensive spell and summoning a barrier to protect himself, the crimson flames took only a second to burn through the barrier and envelop him. Meanwhile, following a scream of agony, Eucharius's remaining HP disappeared completely. System, congratulations. You are the first team to have conquered the ruined library. Dungeon rewards doubled. You will be teleported out of the ruined library in 2 hours. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Come if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3643, Chapter 717, Taboo Dungeons, First Clear. Chapter 3643, Chapter 717, Taboo Dungeons, First Clear. Chapter 717, Taboo Dungeons, First Clear. We won! We won! When Phoenix Rain and the other survivors heard the system notification, they couldn't help but feel like they were dreaming. Although Eucharius had less than 2% of his HP left just now, that still translated to more than 16 trillion HP. With a Tier 6 defensive spell protecting Eucharius, even Los Marin would need some time to do that much damage to the first-generation saint. Outside of Los Marin, Eucharius was more than capable of killing everyone else in that period. However, nobody had expected Shifeng to be able to plunder 16 trillion HP from Eucharius simply by raising his sword. While everyone was in a daze, Shifeng reappeared from the void and quickly collected the sacred phantom ring from the ground. Thank goodness I had the sacred phantom ring to substitute my death. Otherwise, we really would have lost this time. Shifeng breathed a deep sigh of relief as he looked at Eucharius's charred corpse on the ground. The ruined library's difficulty had far exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought it would have been a battle without any surprises. He never thought he would have to exhaust his trump cards to clear the taboo dungeon. Even then, he had barely succeeded. The last moment where Eucharius went berserk was especially anxiety-inducing. Even though the first-generation saint was clearly in a heavily injured state, he still managed to cast 15 Tier 6 spells simultaneously. His capabilities were simply heaven-defying. Meanwhile, following Eucharius's death, golden glows began enveloping Shifeng one after another as his level skyrocketed. Level 185, Level 187, Level 189. Ultimately, Shifeng's level settled at 191. Aside from Shifeng, Some of the lower-level members who survived the battle also leveled up. For example, Crimson Mist had leveled up from level 202 to level 205. Compared to the average boss monster, the EXP Eucharius awarded on death was in a completely different dimension. However, nobody paid much attention to the EXP they gained from Eucharius. Instead, they curiously looked at the sealed golden door after snapping out of their daze. Eucharius was the final boss of their God's Domain's first taboo mode dungeon. He was also the strongest boss monster, bar none they had ever encountered. He was so powerful that, despite being heavily injured, he managed to overwhelm Los Marin, who was a legendary personal guard, and a level 212 Tier 6 Dragon Knight. With such a powerful existence, serving as the gatekeeper of the ruined library's treasury, the items contained in the treasury should logically be amazing beyond their imaginations. Healers, resurrect the dead. Everyone else, rest for now. We will explore the treasury together later. Shifeng instructed when he saw everyone's passionate gazes. Every treasury in God's domain would contain a mountain of treasures. At the very least, there should be enough items to fully stuff the bags of several dozen players. With time being limited, they naturally had to prioritize resurrecting the dead so that they could have more members help loot the treasury. Upon hearing Shifeng's command, the healers promptly started resurrecting the dead. Around 10 minutes later, the 40 players who had died were resurrected. Let's go in, then. Seeing that everyone had fully recovered, Shifeng made his way toward the treasury's golden door. However, as everyone got closer to the 30-meter door, they were suddenly subjected to a continuous barrage of mental attacks, and over half the team fell to their knees on the spot, unable to move forward any further. What powerful mental attacks! With such an obstacle in place, those without Tier 6 basic concentration won't even be able to enter the treasury. Phoenix Rain, who had arrived before the golden door, said with a somewhat pale complexion. The law chains sealing the golden door had disappeared following Eucharius's death. As a result, those who tried to approach the golden door would now be subjected to powerful mental attacks. These mental attacks were so powerful that they disqualified over half of the team's Tier 5 members as soon as they moved within 100 yards of the door. By the time they were close enough to touch the door, only 15 players remained standing. Aside from the team's Tier 6 members, the rest were all Tier 5 players who had already developed their concentration to the Tier 6 standard. Subsequently, when Shifeng pushed apart the golden door, a stream of even stronger mental attacks assaulted everyone's minds. Everyone felt as if someone had just slammed a hammer into their brain, and even the Tier 6 members of the team had nearly collapsed to their knees from the pain. Those without Tier 6 intermediate concentration should avoid entering. After taking a moment to feel the mental attack's intensity, Shifeng looked at Blue Phoenix and the other Tier 5 experts, who were still struggling to stay standing, and said, "Find a suitable location to train your concentration while you wait for us to collect the treasures." There were both advantages and disadvantages to mental attacks. On the one hand, they could wear out a player's concentration. On the other hand, they could temper a player's mind, providing significant assistance to players in developing their concentration. Of course, such tempering had to be done in moderation. If players tried to tackle mental attacks that were far beyond their tolerance, they could very well suffer soul annihilation. Based on his analysis, the mental attacks inside the treasury would induce significant pain even to players with Tier 6 intermediate concentration. If players tried to enter the treasury with their concentration below the Tier 6 intermediate standard, they would quickly lose consciousness. Phoenix Rain agreed with Shifeng's analysis. So, when she saw the reluctant looks on Blue Phoenix and the others, she said, "Stay here, Blue. It is unfortunate, but you shouldn't throw your life away just for some treasures." Understood. After taking one last look at the corridor beyond the golden door, Blue Phoenix and the other Tier 5 members helplessly backed away and quietly watched as Shi Feng, and the other 5 Tier 6 members of the team entered the treasury. After Shi Feng's group walked down the treasury's entrance corridor for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a palace lined with stone statues. Upon stepping inside the palace, the group was greeted by the sight of mountains of treasures that radiated incredibly dense eternal energy. Is this the first clear reward? Ji Luorong couldn't help but gape in shock as she looked at the mountains of treasures before her. It should be known that the God Chaser set had a rather low drop rate throughout the taboo dungeon. Yet several of the mountains in this treasury were made up of God Chaser sets entirely. Moreover, all of these God Chaser sets came in complete sets. Aside from the God Chaser sets, the treasury also housed many divine titan sources, an inferior divine material that all powers dreamed of obtaining to use as a power source. Many items such as combat puppets, flying ships, and the core magic arrays of guild towns and cities required a power source. Meanwhile, divine titan sources were akin to gods among power sources. This was because divine titan sources generated eternal energy when in use, and should mana-powered items be operated using eternal energy, their capabilities would improve substantially. While Ji Luorong and the others were stunned by how many divine titan sources were in the treasury, Shi Feng had his eyes glued to an old painting hanging on a wall. A divine artifact. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Come if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3644, Chapter 718, Origin Myth, Chapter 3644, Chapter 718, Origin Myth, Chapter 718, Origin Myth. What did you say, guild leader? A divine artifact. That painting is a divine artifact. When Phoenix Rain and the others heard Shi Feng's exclamation, they couldn't help but follow his gaze and look at the unassuming painting on the wall. However, they failed to sense even a strand of mana from the painting, let alone eternal energy. It was no different than the ordinary paintings used as decoration. But Shi Feng was far more knowledgeable about God's domain than them, so they couldn't completely discount his words. For those living in their God's domain, divine artifacts were very foreign objects, but at the same time, these were also items they yearned to obtain. Although they didn't have much knowledge regarding the world outside their God's domain, they knew that divine artifacts remained extraordinary items there, and every divine artifact could potentially lead to the birth or death of a titanic existence in the outside world. Now that a divine artifact could potentially be hanging right before their eyes, how could they not be surprised and excited? I can't say for sure, Shi Feng said before hurriedly approaching the painting to appraise it. In reality, Shi Feng wasn't particularly familiar with divine artifacts either. Although he had collected a lot of information on divine artifacts, he never managed to own one himself. Meanwhile, according to his knowledge, divine artifacts normally radiated incredibly dense eternal energy, even when not equipped by a player. Some divine artifacts would even radiate divine might so powerful that they could prevent ordinary Tier 6 experts from approaching it. Moreover, as far as he knew, players couldn't obtain complete divine artifacts outside of trading with or stealing from other players. Instead, players could only acquire complete divine artifacts by repairing fragmented divine artifacts. This was also one of the reasons that made divine artifacts difficult to obtain. Honestly, Shi Feng had not noticed anything special about the painting on the wall when he first laid eyes on it. He only suspected it to be a divine artifact rather than a fragmented divine artifact because of the sunlight blade in his bag. Ever since Shi Feng obtained the sunlight blade from Chalk Splendor, the weapon had been slumbering in his bag and never made any movements. As he was a human player and could not use the sunlight blade, he could only leave it in his bag and wait for an opportunity to sell it back to the holy race for a good price. However, as soon as he stepped inside the palace just now, the sunlight blade suddenly moved, or, more specifically, it became incredibly agitated, as if it had encountered something scary. It even tried to escape from his spatial bag. Fortunately, he had kept the sunlight blade in his inferior legendary spatial bag. The interior of an inferior legendary spatial bag was akin to a miniature world, and it came with a world barrier that an ownerless divine artifact couldn't break. Meanwhile, what frightened the sunlight blade to such an extent was none other than the painting on the wall. So long as he looked in the painting's direction, the sunlight blade would immediately become agitated, and it would only settle down once he looked away from it. For the sunlight blade to fear an object so greatly, the object in question would have to be a divine artifact, or an item that transcended divine artifacts. However, Shifeng was well aware that godly relics that were stronger than divine artifacts could not be as unassuming as the old painting. Take the shadow incinerator, for example. Even when it was completely sealed, he already had great difficulty getting close to it. Had he encountered the shadow incinerator in its unsealed state, he could have never gotten anywhere near it, let alone obtain it. Hence, Shifeng concluded that the painting was a divine artifact. Divine artifacts in God's domain came in various forms, so it wasn't impossible for a divine artifact to be inconspicuous. A good example would be the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Golden Kingdom. The Golden Kingdom came in the form of a tattered flag, and if a person were to encounter it without knowing what it was, they would never think it was a divine artifact. After arriving before the painting, Shifeng immediately took it down from the wall and started appraising it. It really is one. Shifeng grew ecstatic when he saw the loading bar that appeared after he activated his identification skill. Normally, even when he appraised an inferior legendary material, the process would only need 1 minute. Yet, the appraisal of the painting needed 5 minutes. Apart from divine artifacts, he could think of no other item that required such a long appraisal process. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The instant the loading bar finished, Shifeng felt his mind spinning, and he very nearly dropped the painting in his hands. The Origin Myth. Shifeng was in shock and disbelief as he looked at the information displayed before him. Origin Myth, divine artifact rank item, contains an origin space passed down from the mythical era. So long as enough energy is injected, the origin space can be activated and used to modify and strengthen items. Cooldown, 1 natural day, unbelievable. It was absolutely unbelievable. At first glance, the Origin Myth might seem a little too ordinary to be a divine artifact. After all, it only had a simple description indicating its ability to modify and strengthen items. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that no limitations were mentioned in the description. This meant that the Origin Myth did not have a limit on how much it could modify or strengthen an item. This point alone would put its value far beyond even godly relics such as the Shadow Incinerator and Seven Luminaries Codex. As for the name, Origin Myth, it was something that virtually every power in the greater God's domain was familiar with. This was because the Origin Myth was the most prized possession of the Origin Sanctuary, one of the greater God's domain's 12 sanctuaries. Only the Origin Myth had been missing since the mythical era. During the mythical era, the Origin Sanctuary ranked among the top 3 of the 12 sanctuaries, and the reason it could stay at such a high rank was due to its possession of countless treasures. Meanwhile, according to rumors, most of these treasures came from the Origin Myth, with some even being divine artifacts. But one day, the Origin Myth suddenly went missing, plunging the Origin Sanctuary into chaos. Although the Origin Sanctuary had tried everything to locate its most prized possession, it ultimately failed. As a result, its stockpile of treasures stopped growing, and its ranking among the 12 sanctuaries plummeted, falling from the top 3 to 10th place. Who would have thought the well-renowned Origin Myth would be hidden inside the Godslayer's treasury? When Shi Feng looked at the origin myth in his hands, he suddenly understood why the sunlight blade would react so fearfully toward it. Although the sunlight blade was regarded as an arcana by the Sun Dynasty, it was still just a divine artifact. With the origin myth's powers, it was entirely possible to modify the sunlight blade to abandon its use of holy power and instead adopt the use of mana. In that case, the sunlight blade would become a treasure of the human race instead of the holy race. The sunlight blade was the creation of one of the holy race's holy ancestors, so it would more or less contain some of the holy ancestors' will. Because of this, it would naturally be against becoming a treasure of the human race. Hence, it tried to flee when it discovered the origin myth. Unfortunately, all the sunlight blade accomplished was to inform Shi Feng of the origin myth's existence. Let's try it on you, then. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng retrieved the sunlight blade from his bag and placed it into the origin myth. Although the sunlight blade desperately struggled, it was powerless against Shi Feng's iron grip, and it could do nothing but watch as it got sent into the origin myth's origin space. Activate the origin space. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Come if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3645, Chapter 719, Inferior Divine. Chapter 3645, Chapter 719, Inferior Divine. Chapter 719, Inferior Divine System. Origin Space has detected the divine artifact, Sunlight Blade. System. The Sunlight Blade is identified to be an item exclusive to the holy race. Do you wish to modify it into an item exclusive to the human race? When Shi Feng placed the Sunlight Blade into the origin myth, 2 system notifications appeared before him, instantly turning his suspicion into ecstasy. The Sunlight Blade was one of the Sun Dynasty's most prized possessions. If not for the assistance of Verdant Rainbow's World String, Shi Feng could have never killed Chalk Splendor and obtained the weapon. If the Sunlight Blade could be modified into a weapon usable by human players, Zero Wing would instantly gain a strategic weapon. Modify it. Shi Feng chose to modify the Sunlight Blade without hesitation. System. Modifying the Sunlight Blade into a weapon exclusive to the human race will cost 80 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. You wish to proceed? 80 million? The corners of Shi Feng's mouth twitched when he saw the new notification. 80 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal was a massive sum to any power in the greater God's domain. Normally, a Tier 6 player would only need 100,000 units for their Tier 6 prompt. A sum of 80 million units was already enough to pay for 800 players' Tier 6 promotion. Previously, Shi Feng had spent most of his 7 Luminaries crystals to create his superior divine body, so he only had a little over 14 million units on hand right now. It was nowhere near enough to pay for the Sunlight Blade's modification. Sure enough, divine artifacts cannot be obtained easily, Shi Feng thought as he replaced the Sunlight Blade in the origin space with the Abyss Workshop certification. Honestly, Shi Feng wasn't particularly disappointed by this outcome. He also wasn't surprised that it cost 80 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal to modify the Sunlight Blade. Every divine artifact, whether it was a weapon or equipment, could affect the greater God's domain's status quo. The fact that the origin myth could modify a divine artifact was already very astounding. If it could do so at a low cost, on top of that, it could no longer be rated as merely a divine artifact. Instead, it would be an existence far superior to divine artifacts. So, simply knowing that the Sunlight Blade could be modified was already a satisfying result for Shi Feng. Now, all he needed to do was save up 80 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. System. Origin Space has detected the legendary item Abyss Workshop certification. System. Do you wish to strengthen and modify the Abyss Workshop certification? Yes. Shifeng immediately agreed to strengthen the Abyss Workshop certification, wanting to see if he could afford to improve it. Although he had many items he could strengthen using the origin myth right now, considering his limited stockpile of 7 luminaries crystal, he decided to prioritize strengthening items of greater importance. Meanwhile, the Abyss Workshop certification was undoubtedly the item that needed strengthening the most. Zero Wing's greatest advantage in the Eternal Realm was its ability to transport players across realms. Players outside the Eternal Realm had an overwhelming advantage over the Eternal Realm's players in levels and equipment standards, so it would benefit Zero Wing greatly if it could have many such players fighting for it in the Eternal Realm. However, the Abyss Workshop certification could only teleport up to 20 players at a time. This greatly restricted Zero Wing's growth in the Eternal Realm. System: strengthening and modifying the Abyss Workshop certification into an inferior divine item will cost 6 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. You wish to proceed? Proceed. Shifeng gritted his teeth as he made his choice. Although spending 6 million units of 7 luminaries crystal here would reduce the number of Tier 6 experts Zero Wing could have, Shifeng's current priority was transporting as many Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts from his home god's domain to the Eternal Realm. Only by doing so could Zero Wing safeguard its resurrection camp in the world Arkansas. Following Shifeng's decision, 6 million units of 7 luminaries crystal in Shifeng's bag transformed into a stream of energy that flowed into the origin space. A moment later, a colorful brilliance bloomed from the Abyss Workshop certification, and the magic arrays and divine runes engraved on it disappeared. At the same time, new magic arrays and divine runes formed on it. The new magic arrays and divine runes were visibly more streamlined than the old ones. They even incited the surrounding eternal energy. After the strengthening and modification process continued for 5 minutes, a brand new Abyss Workshop certification appeared in Shifeng's hands. Abyss Workshop certification, inferior divine rank item. A certification of glory in the past. It can be used to teleport to the Abyss Workshop. Cannot be traded. There is a 0.1% drop rate on death. Automatically disappears if stored in a warehouse for more than 180 natural days. Additional skill 1. Abyss teleportation. Teleport to the Abyss Workshop from any location. Each teleportation will cost 10 mana stones. Cooldown 5 natural days. Additional skill 2. World-breaking teleportation. Forcibly opens a world-breaking gate at a pre-designated location. Up to 22 locations can be saved. Each gate can only transfer up to 100 people. Each gate activation costs 2,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals. Cooldown 6 hours. Incredible. Shifeng was astonished when he saw the Abyss Workshop certification's new statistics. He was especially surprised by the increase in the number of people world-breaking teleportation could teleport. With the carrying capacity increased by 5 times, he could bring many level 200+ Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts into the Eternal Realm within a short period. We have finished looting the treasury, guild leader. Should we leave now? Phoenix Rain suddenly asked through the team chat. You looted everything? Shifeng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the palace's empty state. He never thought Phoenix Rain and the others could loot the God-Slayer's treasury completely. Compared to the Nameless City's treasury, the God-Slayer's treasury was a lot smaller, and it could only be considered a small-sized treasury. Even so, 5 players' worth of epic spatial bags wouldn't be enough to loot it completely. Surprised, guild leader? Well, I'll have you know that my commander has a legendary spatial bag. Its inside is like a miniature world, and it is one of a kind in our god's domain. Crimson Mist explained, smiling when he saw the surprised look on Shifeng's face. All of the precious materials, weapons, and equipment Eternal Glory has acquired in the past are kept inside my commander's bag. You can say that my commander is Eternal Glory's mobile warehouse. As if to support Crimson Mist's words, Ji Luorong revealed a look of delight as she patted one of the pouches on her waist, making it look like the palace's items were nowhere near enough to fill her legendary spatial bag. All right, since everything is collected, let's leave then. After looking at how much time they had left in the dungeon, Shifeng put the Origin Myth and Abyss Workshop certification away before choosing to forcibly teleport the entire team out of the ruined library. While Shifeng and the others were leaving the ruined library, a commotion erupted outside the dungeon's entrance. What did you say? Zero Wing is the one behind the first clear. Disbelief colored Nine Dragons Emperor's face when he heard his subordinate's investigative report. He felt as if the entire world was playing a joke on him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3646. Chapter 720. Are you Black Flame? Chapter 3646. Chapter 720. Are you Black Flame? Chapter 720. Are you Black Flame? Are you sure your information is correct? Illusory Words asked, surprise coloring her eyes as she looked at the level 209, Tier 5 assassin reporting to Nine Dragons Emperor. Not long ago, the Tier 6 Alliance's members were still angry over Zero Wing's response. They felt that Zero Wing wasn't taking them seriously as it refused to give them any form of assurance. They also felt that Zero Wing was only putting on a strong front, and in reality, it didn't actually have the strength to protect even itself, let alone others. Honestly, after seeing Zero Wing's response, Illusory Words herself couldn't help but suspect that Phoenix Rain might have exaggerated Zero Wing's actual strength to convince her to join. However, if the Tier 5 Assassin's report was accurate, everyone from the Tier 6 Alliance, including herself, would have misjudged Zero Wing. It should be known that even the foreign teams could not conquer the taboo mode ruined library. Yet, Zero Wing had done it. Moreover, Zero Wing had accomplished this feat with only 6 Tier 6 players. It was such an incredulous feat that Illusory Words couldn't help but doubt its validity. The information comes from a very reliable source. The Tier 5 assassins stated firmly, shortly after the announcement of the taboo dungeon being conquered, some of Zero Wing's raid team members have announced their success in the guild. Zero Wing's guild reputation has also increased by 100,000 points around the same time. So, I don't think they were lying. It seems Rain has really made the right bet. Illusory Words couldn't help but envy Phoenix Rain when she heard the Tier 5 assassin's explanation. Before today, nobody took Zero Wing seriously. However, once news of Zero Wing securing the first clear of the taboo mode ruined library spread, the various superpowers would probably fight to establish a partnership with Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing being able to secure a taboo dungeon's first clear was a strong testament to its strength. Not to mention, taboo dungeons produced level 200 plus weapons and equipment. If Zero Wing could raid a taboo dungeon, it meant the guild would have a stable supply of level 200 plus weapons and equipment. Even if the world gate opened in the future and tons of foreign powers invaded their god's domain, Zero Wing would still have the capital to continue competing. At that time, even if their god's domain's various superpowers sought to join Zero Wing wouldn't necessarily be willing to accept them. However, Phoenix Rain, who had joined Zero Wing before its rise in fame, would have no such concern. Don't get happy for Phoenix Rain too soon. Illusory, Nine Dragons Emperor said before looking at the 2 foreign teams outside the ruined library's entrance. Then, he continued with a sneer, Zero Wing might have secured the first clear, but they can only keep their reward if they have the strength to protect it. Upon hearing Nine Dragons Emperor's words, Illusory words couldn't help but look at the taboo dungeon's entrance with a grim look. Previously, the two foreign teams maintained a competitive relationship with each other, even when they were capturing native Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts to work for them. However, as soon as the system announced that someone had secured the ruined library's first clear, the two teams promptly joined forces to blockade the entrance portal and erected a threefold spatial barrier that could trap even Tier 6 players for a considerable period. Evidently, these foreign teams intended to eliminate Zero Wing's team and take the first clear rewards for themselves. While Illusory Words was thinking of contacting Phoenix Rain, a beam of crimson light suddenly shot out of the entrance portal and landed a short distance away. Then, individuals began emerging from the crimson light one after another, and these individuals were none other than Shifeng and his teammates. They came out so quickly. How bold of them! Do they not know that the two foreign teams are watching the entrance? They might be betting that the two foreign teams won't take action so quickly. Otherwise, they'd be fools to come out of the dungeon. Zero Wing is doomed. The first clear it worked hard to secure will now benefit the two foreign teams instead. When Shifeng's team appeared, the various powers experts, who had long given up on raiding the ruined library, engaged in a heated discussion. They didn't think Zero Wing's raid team would be so foolish as to actually leave the taboo dungeon after clearing it instead of trying to buy time by logging out of the game. Players were allowed to go offline inside dungeons in God's domain. They would simply be teleported to the dungeon's entrance when they came back online. Hence, when it came to team dungeons prioritized by the various powers, teams would normally choose to log out inside the dungeon after successfully securing the first clear. Although they would still be forcibly teleported to the dungeon's entrance when they came back online, they would still have bought themselves some precious time. If they waited long enough, they could even leave the dungeon scot-free. After all, it was unfeasible for any power to erect a magic barrier on a dungeon's entrance over a long period. It was especially so for magic barriers that could trap Tier 6 players. The cost would quickly build up and diminish potential profits. Of course, if a team had sufficiently strong backing and knew nobody would dare to target it could also leave the dungeon right after securing the first clear. But in everyone's opinion, Zero Wing should be nowhere near comparable to the conglomerates backing the two foreign teams. So what if you can secure the first clear? So what if your team is strong? In the end, all your effort will go to someone else. Nine Dragons Emperor said contemptuously as he looked at Phoenix Rain, who was trapped inside the threefold spatial barrier. It was true that Zero Wing's team was strong. The fact that it could secure the ruined library's first clear proved it was stronger than any of the teams present. However, no matter how strong Zero Wing's team was, it was still just a single team. While the players outside the ruined library closely monitored the situation, the scouts dispatched by the various powers also relayed the scene to their superiors. Black Flame, let's see how you can keep your arrogance in front of two conglomerates. Blood Sand from the Flower of Seven, Sins said with a vicious expression as he watched the video his subordinates sent him. After the fight with Zero Wing, his position in the Flower of Seven Sins had plummeted. Originally, he had been having a headache thinking of how he could get his revenge on Zero Wing after Phoenix Rain, and Ji Lurong had joined the guild. But now, he wouldn't need to take action anymore. He could simply let the two conglomerate-backed foreign teams take care of Zero Wing for him. The various native powers of their god's domain might be unfamiliar with the greater world's conglomerates, but as an executive of the Flower of Seven Sins, Blood Sand knew just how terrifying they were. Every conglomerate was an existence that ruled over numerous gods' domains and had countless Tier 6 experts under their command. If an upstart guild like Zero Wing was to go against a conglomerate, only death would await it. At this time, each of the two conglomerate-backed teams outside the ruined library could be seen sending a representative to meet with Zero Wing's team. of the two representatives, one was a man and the other was a woman. Both were level 217, Tier 6 players fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and both were clearly experts at the 5th floor standard. After arriving before Zero Wing's team, the woman, who was a level 217, Tier 6 swordsman with a tall and powerful figure, looked at Surefeng with a hint of surprise in her eyes and asked, "Are you Black Flame, the Lord of War Goddesses? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3647, Chapter 721, New Divine Glory List. Chapter 3647, Chapter 721, New Divine Glory List. Chapter 721, New Divine Glory List. What's going on? Why does that big shot look like she's familiar with Black Flame? Black Flame? The Lord of War Goddesses? Could Zero Wing's guild leader actually be someone famous? The conglomerate-backed woman's question caught the various native players by surprise. Nobody could understand what was going on right now, and the Tier 6 experts of the various native superpowers were especially confused by this development. The members of the two conglomerate-backed foreign teams were incredibly arrogant. None of them took any native experts seriously, and even the 5 great super guilds, old monsters, could not catch their attention. Of course, the arrogance of these foreign experts was not unfounded, as each of them was much stronger than any native expert. It was especially so for the female swordsman who was currently speaking to Surefeng. Previously, not only did she capture 5 of the various superpowers Tier 6 experts by herself, but she had accomplished the feat with only 3 moves. Because of her strength and actions, many native players had already secretly started to refer to her as the Devil. Yet this Devil was now taking the initiative to ask Black Flame for confirmation of his identity. How could everyone watching this not be surprised? "Yes, that is me," Surefeng said, nodding. He also couldn't help but be a little surprised as he looked at the woman before him. While he might have some fame in the eternal realm, most of the greater god's domain should still be unaware of his existence. After all, only a small portion of the greater god's domain's players and powers were currently involved with the eternal realm. In addition, the core experts of upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates would usually have their focus on the 12 sanctuaries. So they wouldn't usually show any interest in matters outside the 12 sanctuaries. As for the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Sacred Glory list, it might be within the attention of the greater god's domain's various powers, but most powers only regarded the experts on this list as talented children worthy of befriending. Nobody would actually regard a Sacred Glory expert as an actual powerhouse in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, the woman before him was the leader of a conglomerate-backed team. Moreover, the team she led had come here specifically to raid a taboo dungeon, so it went without saying she should possess incredible combat prowess and status in the conglomerate she was from. There was no reason someone important like her would pay attention to a budding genius on the Sacred Glory list. At most, she would know of the existence of such a person. After all, whether it was the Luminous Glory list or Sacred Glory list, both would see significant changes every now and then, but only a minority of those on these lists could ultimately become powerhouses in the greater god's domain. Greetings, Mr. Black Flame. I am Sword B, the Vice Commander of the Red Mirror Conglomerate's 3rd Main Force. I am also currently serving as the leader of the Red Mirror Conglomerate's Vanguard team. When the female swordsman received Surefeng's confirmation, a hint of respect immediately appeared on her indifferent face. "I truly did not think I would have the fortune of meeting you in this god's domain." Before Swordby could continue speaking, the male berserker, who was the leader of the other conglomerate-backed team, suddenly stepped forward. "Greetings, Mr. Black Flame. I am Light Chaser, the leader of the Forest Crystal Conglomerate's Vanguard team, the male berserker took the initiative to introduce himself. I didn't think you were personally taking action, Mr. Black Flame. I now know why the taboo dungeon can be conquered so quickly. If my superiors learn of this, they will probably be given a fright. Sword B and Light Chaser behaved as if they were speaking to an old friend when they talked to Surefoam. The hint of respect in their voices was also obvious, and it caused the surrounding spectators to fall silent. Even Phoenix Rain and the others of Shurfeng's team couldn't help but look at this scene in stunned silence. When they were about to leave the ruined library, Phoenix Rain and the others had already prepared themselves for a tough fight. However, the attitudes of the two conglomerate-backed teams' leaders were nothing like they expected. Rather than trying to rob them, it looked more like these two individuals were congratulating them for their success. I still have other business to tend to. If you have nothing else for me, can I leave? Surefoam asked. He could tell that Sword B and Light Chaser were eager to continue their conversation, but he wasn't interested in doing so. It also didn't seem like they wished to harm Zero Wing, so although he didn't know their motives, he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to attack them. Of course, since you have other matters, it is only natural that you tend to them first, Mr. Black Flame, Light Chaser said. He could tell that Surefoam wasn't planning to stay any longer, so he hurriedly waved at his subordinates, saying, "What are you all still standing there for? Did you not hear that Mr. Black Flame has something to do? Hurry up and make way." When the members of the two conglomerate-backed teams heard Light Chaser's words, they dared not disobey, and quickly took down the magic barrier covering the dungeon portal. Then, they took the initiative to make a path for Shurfeng's team to leave the plaza. When the various native experts saw this scene, all of them were dumbfounded. What's going on? Illusory Words was similarly stunned as she watched Shurfeng's team safely depart from the plaza. It should be known that the two conglomerate-backed teams had made it very obvious they were going to take lethal action against the team that secured the ruined library's first clear. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to join forces and erect a magic barrier over the dungeon's entrance. Yet, the instant the leaders of the two teams saw Surefoam, they behaved as if they had just met an old friend and even personally saw him off. Nine Dragons Emperor was similarly confused by this development. It should be known that even the leader of the Dragon Hunting Temple's Vanguard team had to behave respectfully in front of Sword B and Light Chaser. What's wrong? Don't tell me you're acquainted with Black Flame? The one-eyed guardian knight from the Dragon Hunting Temple asked when he saw Nine Dragons Emperor's gaze fixated on Shurfeng's team. I'm not acquainted with him, but a friend of mine is, Nine Dragons Emperor said, shaking his head. Then, unable to help his curiosity, he asked the one-eyed guardian knight, "Who exactly is that Black Flame, Mr. Dragon Tamer? Why would those two behave so respectfully toward him?" "Your friend is very fortunate," then the one-eyed guardian knight named Dragon Tamer said. Then he looked at Nine Dragons Emperor and pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you heard of the Greater God's Domain's Divine Glory List before?" The Divine Glory List. Hearing Dragon Tamer's question, Nine Dragons Emperor quickly recalled the Greater God's Domain's apex ranking lists previously mentioned by Hidden Mist. Is it the ranking list where only the Greater God's Domain's apex experts can enter? That's correct. Dragon Tamer nodded. Then he looked at Shurfeng's departing back and respectfully said, "Black Flame is the latest expert to enter the Divine Glory list. The Lord of War Goddesses Black Flame. Moreover, he has been granted the rank of 281st. That is a high ranking even on the Divine Glory list. He's 281st on the Divine Glory list." Nine Dragons Emperor nearly lost his footing when he heard Dragon Tamer's words. Even the lowest-ranked expert on the Divine Glory list was an extraordinary existence who could single-handedly shake an entire realm let alone someone ranked within the top 300. When dealing with such an individual, even cross-realm conglomerates would have to tread carefully, let alone the average conglomerate. If any of their God's domain's native powers could get into the good graces of such an expert, they could be worry-free even when developing in the greater God's domain, let alone in their God's domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3648, Chapter 722, Times Have Changed. Chapter 3648, Chapter 722, Times Have Changed. Chapter 722, Times Have Changed. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City, Zero Wing's residence. We are done appraising and tallying the loot we got from the treasury. Guild leader Phoenix Rain reported excitedly as she stepped into the guild leader's office. In addition to 12,485 Divine Titan sources, we have obtained 216 God Chaser sets and 114 God Slayer combat puppets. That many? Surefoam was a little surprised by the numbers Phoenix Rain reported. Although he had long known the God Slayer's treasury would house extraordinary wealth, he didn't think it would be to such an extent. Firstly, the value of the Divine Titan sources and epic-ranked God Chaser sets went without saying. As for the God Slayer combat puppets, they were bona fide advanced Dark Gold combat puppets. They were superior to even the Dark Gold combat puppets the Seven Luminaries Alliance used in the defensive clash against the Sun Dynasty. Each could overwhelm the average Tier 6 player, even when piloted by a Level 0 player. Although a force of 114 God Slayer combat puppets still wasn't enough to let Zero Wing triumph over the Sun Dynasty in an all-out clash, it should be enough to let Zero Wing defend its resurrection camp in the world, Arkansas. Besides that, we have already integrated with 6 superpowers and received the real estate of 5 empires and 26 kingdoms. Our stockpile of 7 Luminaries crystal is currently sitting at 15 million units, and our Tier 6 expert count has reached 14. As for Tier 5 experts, we now have over 10,000 level 200 plus Tier 5 experts, of which 2,000 are at level 210 and above, Phoenix Rain continued reporting. Also, as per your instructions, I have asked the 164 level 210 plus Tier 5 experts who have mastered at least one basic law if they are willing to sign the God's Domain contract you provided, and 109 have agreed. Excellent, Surefoam said, nodding in satisfaction. Have everyone who has signed the contract gather in the residence as soon as possible. We will leave our God's Domain in 3 hours. We're leaving today? Phoenix Rain couldn't help but look at Surefoam in surprise. Shortly after the 2 conglomerate-backed foreign teams respectfully saw Surefoam off from the ruined library, many native powers expressed their wishes to join Zero Wing. As a result, Zero Wing became swamped with work selecting and integrating these powers. Fortunately, Zero Wing was very stringent on the powers and players it accepted. Otherwise, completing the preliminary integration in just a day would have been impossible. Originally, Phoenix Rain thought they would have a few more days to complete the integration work. She never thought they would be heading for the Eternal Realm so soon. Zero Wing's situation in the Eternal Realm isn't looking too good from what I've been told, so we'll need to send reinforcements as soon as possible, Surefoam said with a wry smile. If possible, he would also prefer to bide his time to bring more experts into the Eternal Realm. Unfortunately, the Sun Dynasty did not plan on giving him more time. The World Ark was one of the most important locations in the Eternal Realm, and there were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, it was a producer of secret treasures. Secondly, it was a gateway for players to enter Holy Ring City. Currently, Holy Ring City was the only known location where players could reincarnate into a mythical race. Meanwhile, the power of mythical races was so great that they could influence the greater God's Domain's power structure, and this held true for both human players and Holy Race players. Because of this, Holy Ring City would inevitably become a gathering place of immense wealth and talent in the future. Once Holy Ring City developed to its peak, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to equate its significance to an entire realm. If Zero Wing couldn't establish a foothold in Holy Ring City, it would have much greater difficulty establishing itself in the Eternal Realm. "I'll notify them right away," Phoenix Rain said before leaving the office. 3 hours later, when Shifeng opened a world-breaking gate, Phoenix Rain, Illusory Words, and the other Tier 6 experts of Zero Wing couldn't help but look at it with a fervent gaze. They had always dreamed of traveling to the world outside of their god's domain. After all, a single god's domain was too small of a stage for a Tier 6 player. Only by stepping onto a bigger stage could they develop more effectively. Not to mention, now that it was only a matter of time before the inhabitants of their world needed to migrate to the greater world, they would need to start earning the greater world's currency and resources. Otherwise, once their world's currency and resources became unusable, they would immediately become destitute. "Those in the first batch, follow me through the gate. Those in the second batch, wait here for 6 hours," Shifeng said before taking the lead to cross the world-breaking gate. Seeing this, those selected to be in the first batch quickly followed Shifeng through the gate and had their vision blinded by a bright flash. Then, when they could see again, they found themselves standing in a room filled with unbelievably dense mana. The room even had a trace of eternal energy. "Is this the world outside our god's domain?" Phoenix Rain couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock as she looked out the window at the courtyard of Zero Wing's residence. Although she had taken only a few glances, she could already tell the combat standards of the players walking in the courtyard. The 4th floor standard. Even the weakest player walking in the courtyard was a 4th floor expert. It should be known that even domain realm experts were incredibly rare in their god's domain. As for those who had reached the 4th floor standard, they were all existences who could compete for a spot among the 10 saints. Yet, such experts were the most common type of experts found in Zero Wing's residence in the Eternal Realm. While Phoenix Rain and the others were looking through the window of Shifeng's office with shocked expressions, a woman entered the room. The woman had an extraordinary presence, instantly dominating everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. "You're finally back, Guild Leader, Vice Guild Leader Fry, and I would have failed to hold on had you taken any longer to return." Carrying the Chaos Wind Blade on her back, Gentle Snow was akin to a war goddess as she walked up to Shifeng. Although she was currently only at level 180 Phoenix Rain, and the others felt as if they were standing before a Tier 6 god. In fact, the power she carried within her body was so overbearing that it distorted the space around her. Gentle Snow. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Gentle Snow. Although it had been years since she last saw Gentle Snow, she could still recognize her face. Gentle Snow, the snow goddess. The woman was very famous during the early days of God's domain. When she suddenly disappeared from God's domain, many powers lamented over her disappearance as they all felt that Gentle Snow had the potential to become a Tier 6 expert. At one point, Phoenix Rain had also tried to recruit Gentle Snow. She felt that Gentle Snow was comparable to Blue Phoenix in talent, and she was confident the woman could become of huge assistance to her. Unfortunately, Gentle Snow turned down her offer, and she never saw the other party ever since. Now that Phoenix Rain was meeting with Gentle Snow again, she found that the other party had become inhumanly strong. Gentle Snow had become so strong that Phoenix Rain doubted she could survive more than a handful of moves against her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3649, Chapter 723, Advanced Fine Gold Flying Ship. Chapter 3649, Chapter 7:23. Advanced Fine Gold Flying Ship. Chapter 7:23. Advanced Fine Gold Flying Ship. Guild Leader Phoenix. Gentle Snow was a little surprised to see Phoenix Rain in the room. She didn't think Sherfong could successfully abduct the renowned demon queen of their home god's domain. Personally, Gentle Snow admired Phoenix Rain a lot. This was because the other party had single-handedly developed the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion into an overlord in their god's domain. In contrast, not only did she fail to properly manage Ouroboros, a first-rate guild, but she even ended up getting dismissed from the guild. I am no longer the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's great pavilion master, so you don't have to address me as Guild Leader Phoenix. I'm slightly older than you, so call me Big Sis Phoenix instead, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. At the same time, she couldn't help but have mixed feelings as she looked at Gentle Snow. Phoenix Rain considered herself rather talented. She had also been superior to Gentle Snow in combat standards the last time they met. Yet, from what she could tell, Gentle Snow's combat standard should have already reached the extrasensory realm. You've reached the 5th floor standard and learned that gold combat technique already, Snow? Sherfong was similarly surprised when he sensed Gentle Snow's aura. Before he left, Gentle Snow admittedly exuded a very strong aura already. However, that was by virtue of the Chaos Wind Blade, enhancing her basic attributes to an extraordinary extent, and he did not feel an ounce of danger when he stood in her presence. Not to mention, even with the Chaos Wind Blade, Gentle Snow's basic attributes were still inferior to his at the time. Now that he had reached level 191, which was 11 levels higher than Gentle Snow's current level, he logically should have an even bigger advantage in basic attributes over Gentle Snow than before. Yet, he could now feel a vague sense of danger coming from her. Of all the explanations he could think of, the only reasonable one was that Gentle Snow had become a 5th floor expert who had grasped a gold combat technique. MHM. The gold combat technique I received from the 7 Luminaries Alliance is highly compatible with me, and I was lucky enough to achieve a breakthrough when I was fighting against the Holy Race experts some time ago, Gentle Snow said, nodding and revealing an excited expression. 9 Sword Eradication was the name of the technique she had exchanged from the 7 Luminaries Alliance as her reward, and it was one of the few advanced gold combat techniques offered to her for exchange. She also suspected it to be a technique created by the goddess of space, as it looked very similar to the swordsmanship she had seen while completing a guild guidance quest. Originally, she had only exchanged the technique to help her learn the swordsmanship in the guidance quest. She never really expected to be able to learn 9 Sword Eradication, seeing as it was an advanced gold combat technique. However, to her surprise, she actually succeeded. Is the Holy Race's offensive very fierce? Sherfong asked when he noticed the fatigue on Gentle Snow's face. No shelters were available in the World Arc, so players could not get any proper rest to recover their concentration while operating there. As for the resurrection camps, they only functioned to resurrect players and nothing more. So, even with the help of concentration recovery potions and tents, players could only delay the inevitable. Meanwhile, if players wished to avoid dying from concentration exhaustion, they would have to periodically return to a city for proper rest. However, it had only been a few days since he left the Eternal Realm. Unless Gentle Snow had been stationed at the resurrection camp throughout this entire time, there was no way she would look as tired as she was now. Things are indeed a little tricky, Gentle Snow said, sighing. Although the 7 Luminaries Alliance is safeguarding the front line and has even extended some assistance to our camp, the Sun Dynasty is employing guerrilla warfare and giving the Alliance no opportunities to help us. Thus far, the Sun Dynasty is only attacking us with a 100-man team of Tier 6 experts, and the team will always withdraw after landing a swift blow on us. As a result, our Tier 5 members keep decreasing, and we can't even leave the camp to explore. Even Azure Shadow's group has died, several times already. It seems they don't want to waste too much manpower dealing with us. Sure Feng immediately understood the situation after hearing Gentle Snow's report. How are things coming along on Melting Flame's side? They have produced another 100 sets of Eternal Magic armor for us. Melting Flame has also successfully become a great Grandmaster Forger. Gentle Snow said, but just these 100 sets aren't enough to change the state of battle. So Melting Flame has gathered all of the guild's manpower and even borrowed some of the Red Dragon Nation's manpower to rush the production of a Silverwing. I was just about to retrieve it and use it to reinforce the resurrection camp. They've completed a Silverwing already? Sure Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Currently, exploration of the World Ark's inner area was of the utmost priority for both the human race and the Holy Race. Neither side would allow the other to gain any advantage in Holy Ring City. It was why the Sun Dynasty had mobilized so little manpower to deal with Zero Wing. While a 100-man team of Tier 6 experts was impressive, it was nowhere near enough to capture Zero Wing's resurrection camp. At most, such a force could be used to eliminate some of the camp's Tier 5 and Tier 6 defenders. Not to mention, even if the Sun Dynasty successfully eliminated Zero Wing from the World Ark, it would not be able to reclaim the Sunlight Blade. Hence, the Sun Dynasty had chosen to stifle Zero Wing's progression in the World Ark instead of committing more manpower to completely eliminate Zero Wing from the World Arkansas. Have a look yourself, Gentle Snow said, as she shared a holographic image of a completed Silverwing flying ship with Sure Feng. I can't believe it. Sure Feng was greatly surprised as he looked at the image before him. At this point in time, it should logically be impossible for Zero Wing to manufacture the Silverwing flying ship in the Eternal Realm. After all, secret silver flying ships were considerably rare even in the Greater God's domain, let alone the Eternal Realm. Thinking up to this point, Sure Feng couldn't help but feel joyful. All of you rest for the time being. We will head for the World Ark together afterward, Sure Feng said as he looked at Phoenix Rain and the others. Then he turned to Gentle Snow and continued, You come with me to meet with Melting Flame, Snow. It's about time we turn the tables on the Holy Race. Normally, the addition of just one secret silver flying ship would do little to help with Zero Wing's current predicament. But if the Silverwing flying ship was powered by a divine Titan source, it would instantly become the ruler of the skies. Not long after, Sure Feng arrived at Melting Flame's workshop with the confused Gentle Snow. Currently, Melting Flame was in the process of forging an Eternal Magic armor. Guild leader, what brings you here? Melting Flame asked, feeling pleasantly surprised when he saw Sure Feng. See if this thing can help improve the Silverwing, Sure Feng said, getting straight to the point as he placed a Divine Titan source on Melting Flame's work table. This is a Divine Titan source. Melting Flame's eyes brightened immediately after he inspected the crimson crystal on the stone table. Where did you find such godly material, guild leader? Just tell me if it's of any use, Sure Feng said, exasperated by Melting Flame's response. Yes, it's of incredible use. Melting Flame answered with certainty. If I have this Divine Titan source, I can upgrade the Silverwing into an advanced fine gold flying ship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3650, Chapter 724, New Silverwing. Chapter 3650, Chapter 724, New Silverwing. Chapter 724, New Silverwing. TL notes. Made a change to Chapter 681. Original. Meanwhile, once players developed their concentration to the extremes of the Tier 6 standard, they could mentally manipulate their divine might to form a domain, which was also known as a divine domain. Edited. Meanwhile, once players developed their concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard, they could mentally manipulate their divine might to form a domain, which was also known as a divine domain. Advanced fine gold. Shifeng's eyes brightened when he heard Melting Flame's answer. How many people do you need? How long will the upgrade take? Secret silver flying ships were already considerably rare in the greater god's domain. As for fine gold flying ships, they were as rare as a phoenix's feather, and they were usually regarded by upper-ranking hegemonic powers as one of their most prized possessions. Originally, Shifeng thought Melting Flame could, at best, upgrade the Silverwing into a fine gold flying ship. After all, the improvements flying ships received from each rank upgrade were much more significant than weapons and equipment. Hence, it was much more challenging to upgrade a flying ship's rank. Meanwhile, upon reaching the advanced fine gold rank, a flying ship would be akin to a mobile fortress. Not only could it withstand the attacks of Tier 6 players, but it also had the power to kill Tier 6 players. If the average Tier 6 player were to encounter an advanced fine gold flying ship while traveling across the Void Sea, they would usually steer clear of its path. For these reasons, advanced fine gold flying ships were used by conglomerates as their primary method of transporting cargo between realms. It's only a simple power source replacement, so I'll only need one Grandmaster engineer to assist me with the modifications. The process also shouldn't take more than 4 or 5 hours. Melting Flame said, anticipation coloring his face as he looked at the crimson crystal on the table. He had only seen an advanced, fine gold flying ship once before, and it was when he was visiting a holy city. When the advanced fine gold flying ship appeared near the holy city, the entire city erupted with commotion. Even the holy city's Tier 6 defenders went on high alert for fear that the advanced fine gold flying ship was looking to do harm to the city. Now that he had the opportunity to create an advanced fine gold flying ship, he couldn't help but feel as if he was in a dream. Okay, go and get a Grandmaster engineer right away, but make sure they are trustworthy, Shifeng said, nodding. Then he handed Melting Flame a God's Domain contract and added, also, whoever you choose must sign this contract. The both of you will be responsible for modifying all Silverwings produced in the future. While time was of the essence currently, Zero Wing could still afford to wait a handful of hours, especially if it meant it could add an advanced fine gold flying ship to its Resurrection Camp's defense. At that time, the Resurrection Camp's safety would rise to a whole new level. As for why Shifeng was placing such heavy emphasis on keeping the Silverwings upgrade process a secret, it was because almost all advanced fine gold flying ships in the Greater God's Domain came from ancient ruins. Not a single power in existence could manufacture flying ships of such rank. Hence, should news of Zero Wing having the ability to produce advanced fine gold flying ships get leaked, the consequences would be beyond Zero Wing's capability to bear. Do you still have more of this godly material, Guild Leader? Melting Flame couldn't help but doubt his ears when he heard Shifeng's words. He dared not believe Shifeng had more than one divine titan source. As an inferior divine material, the divine titan source's rarity went without saying. Melting Flame wouldn't even be surprised if there only existed a handful of pieces in the Greater God's Domain. Yet going by Shifeng's words, it was obvious that Zero Wing was looking to create more than just one advanced fine gold-ranked Silverwing. In other words, Zero Wing still had more divine titan sources. I can't tell you how many I have, but you can come straight to me for a divine titan source for every Silverwing you complete, Shifeng said. Also, make sure you are the only person present when installing the new power source. The value of a divine titan source was not much lower than an advanced fine gold flying ship, and the divine titan sources Shifeng obtained from the Godslayer's treasury numbered over 10,000. If Melting Flame were to learn of this number, he would probably go crazy. If all these divine titan sources could be converted into advanced fine gold flying ships, Zero Wing would be unstoppable even in the holy race's Greater God's Domain, let alone the human race's Greater God's Domain. I understand. Rest assured, guild leader. Melting Flame nodded, understanding the importance of this matter. Immediately, he left to seek out a trustworthy engineer. The fact that Zero Wing could mass-produce secret silver flying ships was already plenty astonishing. If it became known that Zero Wing could mass-produce advanced fine gold flying ships, all hell would break loose in the Eternal Realm. Zero Wing's residence. Special workshop. 2 Zero Wing members wearing a Grandmaster Engineer emblem currently stood before a work table looking at Melting Flame, wondering why the other party had gathered them here. "Why did you summon me and Silk Radish here, Boss Flame? Do you have something important for us to do?" Dozing Crocodile, a young man in his mid-20s and one of the 2 Grandmaster Engineers in the room, asked as he looked at Melting Flame nervously. Due to his contribution to the production of a large number of eternal magic armor for the guild, Melting Flame had already become Zero Wing's chief forger. Although he still wasn't a core executive of Zero Wing, his status was already comparable to that of core executives. "It's nothing major," Melting Flame said as he looked at the 2 individuals who had joined Zero Wing at the same time as he did. Then, with a smile, he took out a God's Domain contract and continued, "I need an exclusive engineer to work under me. The benefits are listed in this contract. See if any of you are interested." Heeding Shurfeng's instructions, Melting Flame settled on 2 possible candidates to take on Shurfeng's task with him. These 2 candidates were Silk Radish and Dozing Crocodile. They were among the same batch of players who joined Zero Wing as he did, and both were currently among the best engineers in Zero Wing. "We can never log into God's Domain once we break the contract." Dozing Crocodile frowned when he read the final clause of Melting Flame's contract. Admittedly, Melting Flame offered incredibly lucrative benefits in his contract. In addition to a monthly salary of 100,000 star coins, Melting Flame also offered an advanced living quarter in Zero Wing's main headquarters. In the current situation where the surrounding third-tier mobile cities were all frantically competing over Star Lake City's housing spaces, this was a privilege Dozing Crocodile dared not dream of obtaining. However, signing this God's Domain contract would also mean that he would forever be restricted to working for Zero Wing. It should be known that he had only joined Zero Wing on behalf of his family, and his relationship with Zero Wing could only be considered a temporary partnership. There was also a strong possibility he would become the head of his family in the future. Compared to the benefits he could reap from being the ruler of a hegemonic power, the benefits Melting Flame offered could only be considered laughable. So, there was no reason for him to restrict himself to Zero Wing. "I'll sign this contract, Big Brother Melting Flame," Silk Radish said without hesitation after reading the contract. Silk Radish's circumstances were different from Dozing Crocodile's. Dozing Crocodile was an original inhabitant of the greater world, and he even had citizenship in a third-tier mobile city. Even if he left Zero Wing, he would still have plenty of equally good options to choose from. However, for Silk Radish, Zero Wing was her only option as it was the only guild from her home world currently operating in the greater world. Not to mention, once she signed the exclusive contract, she would become a core member of Zero Wing and receive more resources to support her advancement to the Great Grandmaster rank. "Okay, sign it and follow me," Melting Flame said, nodding. Subsequently, Silk Radish signed the God's Domain contract and left to modify the Silver Wing with Melting Flame. As for Dozing Crocodile, he nonchalantly returned to his workshop and resumed striving to become a great Grandmaster engineer so that he could become the head of his family as soon as possible. Roughly 5 hours later, Melting Flame ran to the guild leader's office and happily handed the modified Silverwing to Shurfeng. Then he left to start production on the second Silverwing so that he could modify more secret silver flying ships into advanced fine gold flying ships and produce a fleet of them for Zero Wing. Zero Wing residence, guild leader's office. "It's all up to you now." After Melting Flame left, Shi Feng took out the origin myth and expectantly moved the advanced fine gold Silverwing from his bag into the origin space. An advanced fine gold flying ship might be powerful, but calling it the ruler of the skies was a stretch, especially against the Holy Race's Sun dynasty. One advanced fine gold flying ship was not enough to get Zero Wing out of its current predicament. However, with Zero Wing's current situation, it wouldn't be possible to produce a second advanced fine gold flying ship within a short time. Hence, Shi Feng decided to take things a step further and upgrade the Silverwing again. System: Origin Space has detected the advanced fine gold Silverwing. Strengthening and modifying the Silverwing will cost 4 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Do you wish to proceed? 4 million. What a scam. Shi Feng couldn't help but be flabbergasted by the system notification. It had only cost him 6 million units of 7 luminaries crystal when he upgraded the Abyss Workshop certification from a legendary item into an inferior divine item. Yet, the system was now asking him to pay 4 million units just to strengthen an advanced fine gold flying ship. The cost scaling was absolutely ridiculous. Eventually, though, Shi Feng still chose to grit his teeth and strengthen the Silverwing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3651, Chapter 725, Foundation Debut. Chapter 3651, Chapter 725, Foundation Debut. Chapter 725, Foundation Debut. Zero Wing Residence, Guild Leader's Office. Immediately after Shi Feng made his decision, a colorful radiance bloomed from the Silverwing inside the origin space. At the same time, the countless magic arrays engraved on the Silverwing's hull were broken down and reorganized, the entire process lasting over a dozen minutes. When the strengthening process concluded, a brand new Silverwing appeared before Shi Feng's eyes. Silverwing Flying Ship, Advanced Dark Gold Flying Ship, Maximum Capacity, 1,000 People Durability 70, 000/70, 000 possesses Tier 6 Upper Rank Armor. Item storage when liberated, 150,000 bag space slots and 6,000 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1, Holy Spirit Field. When activated, prevent all enemies within a 10,000-yard radius from utilizing their surrounding energy for 30 minutes. No cooldown. Each activation costs 300 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Additional active skill 2, Holy Spirit Barrier. When activated, renders all allies within a 3,000-yard radius immune to damage for 1 minute. Cooldown. 30 minutes. Each activation costs 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. The Silverwing Flying Ship carries 100 Spirit Destruction Cannons, each possessing power at the Tier 6 peak standard, 28 floating spirit cannons that can be used offensively and defensively. Each possesses power at the Tier 6 peak standard, 3 spirit disintegration cannons. Their power can reach the Tier 6 limit standard. The Silverwing Flying Ship has a flight speed that rivals Tier 6 legendary flying mounts. Each activation of the Silver Flying Ship costs 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, and it expends 100 units of 7 luminaries crystal per day while in operation. Incredible! Shi Feng gasped when he saw the new Silverwing statistical description, an advanced dark gold flying ship. He had only ever seen these behemoths appearing in the war between the two races. These advanced dark gold flying ships were also why the various Apex powers could confidently traverse the front lines. As for the exact statistics of those advanced dark gold flying ships, they were only known to the Apex powers that own them. Everyone else could only make guesses. But after seeing the statistics of one himself, Shi Feng could only describe advanced dark gold flying ships as heaven-defying. Simply the fact that the upgraded Silverwing possessed Tier 6 upper-rank defensive armor meant that the average Tier 6 player could be utterly incapable of damaging it. Even Taboo-level experts wielding divine weapons would only be able to damage it slightly. Besides that, the Silverwing's offensive capabilities were also through the roof. It should be known that spirit destruction cannons were weapons that could normally only be found in void fortresses situated in the Void Sea. With 100 spirit destruction cannons equipped, the advanced Dark Gold Silverwing could already rival the firepower of a void fortress. Not to mention, there were also the spirit disintegration cannons that could launch attacks close to rivaling the attacks of ancient gods. If a Tier 6 tank was struck by one of these cannons without a life-saving skill active, they would die on the spot, even if they were fully equipped with legendary equipment. No wonder those advanced dark gold flying ships I've seen could single-handedly take down entire fortresses. With such firepower, even Tier 6 gods will have to steer clear of them. Shurfeng couldn't help but get a little emotional as he moved the brand-new Silverwing into his bag. He had coveted advanced dark gold flying ships greatly in his previous life. However, flying ships at the fine gold rank and above could only be acquired from ancient ruins. Although Zero Wing had explored many ancient ruins, it only managed to procure several fine gold flying ships. As for dark gold flying ships and beyond, only the various apex powers were known to have any. Moreover, they were all acquired through many, many years of effort. But now, Zero Wing finally had an advanced dark gold flying ship of its own. Moreover, so long as Zero Wing had enough 7 Luminaries crystals, it could easily produce more than what the various apex powers owned. But I'm going to have to get more 7 Luminaries crystals after this. When Shurfeng took a look at the remaining 7 Luminaries crystals in his bag, he couldn't help but feel helpless toward the Origin Myth. The Origin Myth's ability was undeniably amazing, but the cost to use it was also beyond imagination. After integrating 6 superpowers from his home god's domain into Zero Wing, he had acquired a little over 3 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, bumping his stockpile to 12 million units. But after strengthening the Silverwing, his stockpile had fallen back to 8 million units, which was only enough to fund the Tier 6 promotion of 80 players. Not to mention, it also cost 7 Luminaries crystals to maintain and operate the Silverwing. Simply put, the 7 Luminaries crystals he currently had on hand were not at all enough for his use. While Shurfeng was wondering whether he should laugh or cry about his situation, Gentle Snow suddenly entered his office. Good news, Guild Leader! Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss have successfully advanced to Tier 6. Gentle Snow excitedly reported. They've succeeded? Shurfeng was shocked. Before Shurfeng left for his home god's domain, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss had already received the primordial chaos body's legacy and began their challenge to construct a superior divine body in the residence's underground secret room. However, if asked whether the two could succeed, Shurfeng couldn't actually say for certain. After all, there shouldn't be more than a few players who had successfully constructed a superior divine body across the entire Greater God's domain. Even in his previous life, Shurfeng had only successfully constructed a superior divine body because he was lucky enough to obtain a primordial god legacy that provided the complete procedure to construct a specific superior divine body. However, the primordial chaos body's legacy only showed players a general guideline. If players wished to construct a superior divine body through the primordial chaos body, they would need to have incredibly high mastery over world laws and magic arrays. MHM. Both of them say they have succeeded, Gentle Snow said, nodding. She understood Shurfeng's shock, as she knew that Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss had been constructing superior divine bodies for their Tier 6 promotion. Good. Have them get ready. We'll be heading to the World Arc in a moment, Shurfeng said with a smile. You're bringing them as well? Gentle Snow couldn't help but grow worried. They've been busy with their promotion, all this time. So they aren't even at level 170 right now. They're at least 10 levels behind the players operating at the World Arkansas. How about we let them level up a little first before sending them to the World Ark? Though a 10-level gap wouldn't make much of a difference between players and monsters under level 200, Zero Wing's opponents in the World Ark weren't monsters, but Holy Race players instead. Meanwhile, a 10-level gap would give the Holy Race players a considerable advantage in weapons and equipment, unless fervent Samsara and heavy Abyss-faced opponents with inferior combat standards, they'd fare no differently than cannon fodder. Don't worry, they can overcome a 10-level gap with their standards, Surefoam said, chuckling. The fact that fervent Samsara and heavy Abyss had constructed a superior divine body for their Tier 6 promotion meant they would have a significant advantage over the average Tier 6 player in basic attributes, physique, and mana. They were also experts who were equipped with legendary items and had mastered the advanced bronze mana purification technique. Even if they were 10 levels behind the other Tier 6 players operating in the World Ark, they could easily bridge the gap if they equipped the Eternal Magic Armor and Dragon's Fury Secret Treasure set. Not to mention, both were experts who had mastered an advanced law. All right then, I will notify them, Gentle Snow said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3652, Chapter 726, Guild War, Chapter 3652, Chapter 726, Guild War, Chapter 726, Guild War World Ark, Soul Lake. Ever since the Seven Luminaries Alliance lifted restrictions on the World Ark's inner area, the inner area's resurrection camps had become a gathering place for the Eternal Realm's various powers and independent players. The Soul Lake Resurrection Camp under Zero Wing's ownership was especially popular. This was because the Soul Lake, the map the Resurrection Camp was situated on, was a level 175 plus map that had a much lower population of monsters compared to other maps. This made it an ideal place for players seeking to get some rest. As icing on the cake, the Soul Lake was also close to the core area's Holy Ring City. Due to these reasons, even though the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp charged an exorbitant fee of 20 eternal silver per person per day, and would occasionally come under attack by the Sun Dynasty's forces, tens of thousands of players still flocked to it. This, in turn, allowed Zero Wing, Azure Fang, and the Red Dragon Nation to generate significant amounts of wealth. Inside one of the advanced tents in the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, Elder Sword, according to our scouts, Zero Wing has already started to gather its forces in the Crystal City and is preparing to reinforce its resurrection camp with more Tier 6 experts. A 5-meter-tall young man carrying a towering shield said to 19th Sword respectfully after he entered the tent. Meanwhile, following this behemoth of a level 178 Guardian Knight's appearance, the 20-plus Tier 6 experts resting in the camp immediately felt a powerful pressure falling onto their shoulders. Heavy Shield Titan, a veteran expert on the Divine Glory list, although Titan had died once while assisting the Seven Luminaries Alliance, the Alliance compensated him handsomely after he was resurrected. As a result, not only did his strength not fall, but it even increased as he managed to grasp his third gold combat technique. Zero Wing's actions are futile, 19th Sword said nonchalantly. This resurrection camp is generating 6,000 eternal gold coins every day. Do you think the Sun Dynasty will simply sit back and watch as Zero Wing grows stronger? But the Sun Dynasty's recent attacks haven't significantly damaged Zero Wing, Azure Fang, or the Red Dragon Nation, Elder Sword. Scratching his head in confusion, Titan asked, could there be new movements from the Sun Dynasty? Thus far, the Sun Dynasty had only sent one 100-man Tier 6 team to attack the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Although this team could always kill several hundred of the camp's defenders, the damage to Zero Wing, Azure Fong, and the Red Dragon Nation wasn't particularly severe, as their Tier 6 experts had only died a couple of times. Not to mention, Zero Wing had the ability to summon Tier 6 war goddesses. So long as the 6 Tier 6 war goddesses appeared on the battlefield, the Sun Dynasty's experts would scatter like frightened rabbits, none daring to clash with the war goddesses head-on. Besides the war goddesses, Zero Wing's Gentle Snow had also distinguished herself in the fights with the Sun Dynasty. At one point, she had single-handedly killed 26 of the Sun Dynasty's Tier 6 experts, instantly earning her recognition as a god-ranked expert from the various powers. Even as a veteran expert on the Divine Glory list, Titan dared not say he could beat Gentle Snow in a duel. With the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp already having such powerful defenders, if Zero Wing's Black Flame joined in the defense, the Sun Dynasty's 100-man Tier 6 team would become utterly powerless against the Resurrection Camp. Do you truly think the Sun Dynasty lacks the strength to deal with Zero Wing's Resurrection Camp? 19th Sword sneered. The only reason the Sun Dynasty has turned a blind eye to Zero Wing until now is because the other holy race powers were keeping it busy. But now, the Sun Dynasty has already declared to the 7 Luminaries Alliance that unless Zero Wing returns the Sunlight Blade and begs for forgiveness, it will mobilize its Holy Guard to eradicate all of the World Ark's resurrection camps. The Holy Guard? Titan was shocked by this revelation. Isn't that one of the Sun Dynasty's 5 conquest legions? According to the information the 7 Luminaries Alliance provided to the various powers, the Sun Dynasty had established 5 conquest legions to combat the other royal powers operating in the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, the Holy Guard was one of these 5 legions. The Holy Guard was a legion with 12,000 members, and it could be further categorized into 620-man teams. Even the weakest member was a 5th floor standard, while team leader-level individuals were all god-ranked experts. When working together, each team could put up a good fight against even taboo-level existences. Not to mention, the Holy Guard also had various war weapons at its disposal. If the Sun Dynasty truly mobilized the Holy Guard, even if it was only a portion, it would be enough to make the 7 Luminaries Alliance suffer. Flattening the resurrection camps on the human side would also be a simple task. Indeed, which is why we have gathered here, 19th Sword said, nodding. Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he continued. Now that the Sun Dynasty has threatened to mobilize its Holy Guard, even the 7 Luminaries Alliance can no longer afford to protect Zero Wing. It might be if Black Flame capitulates, but if he doesn't, it will be the perfect opportunity for us to claim this resurrection camp for ourselves. I understand. I will contact Milia and have her transfer more manpower over from the royal capital, Titan said with an excited look. Although Zero Wing was much stronger than 19th Sword expected, it remained a fact that it had offended the Sun Dynasty. With the Sun Dynasty threatening to mobilize its Holy Guard, if Black Flame refused to capitulate, Zero Wing would have to withdraw from the World Ark, leaving the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp to be claimed by others. Considering this, many human powers had most likely already set their sights on the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Naturally, the Skylight Association couldn't miss such a great opportunity, either. After all, the profits the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp could generate were simply astonishing. While the Skylight Association was preparing to capture the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, the various powers operating in the area took a similar course of action and continuously gathered their forces. This caused the player population of the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp to increase rapidly toward the 100,000 threshold. What should we do? Vice Guild Leader Fry. Garrett, one of Azure Fong's 2 great Vice Guild leaders, asked as he paced around the tent in annoyance. These powers aren't even trying to hide that they're waiting for our destruction. Yet, the 7 Luminaries Alliance still hasn't given us any feedback. The Star Lake Resurrection Camp was a cash cow. Even though Azure Fong and the Red Dragon Nation only received 30% of the profits each, they still had a daily income of more than 2,000 eternal gold. Moreover, their daily income could easily increase tenfold in the future as more players enter the world Arkansas. But now, there's no point asking me, Fry said, snapping out of her daze and revealing a wry smile. I only know that the Seven Luminaries Alliance has already sent someone to the Crystal City to contact Guild leader Black Flame. By the looks of things, the Alliance wants to get Zero Wing's response before deciding what to do. Thinking of the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard, Fry felt powerless and could only place her hopes on the Seven Luminaries Alliance. If even the Seven Luminaries Alliance refused to help, Zero Wing, Azure Fong, and the Red Dragon Nation would most definitely lose the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3653, Chapter 727, To Arms. Chapter 3653, Chapter 727, To Arms. Chapter 727, To Arms. Eternal Realm, Crystal City of Secrets. Due to the underground Crystal Palace's existence, the Crystal City of Secrets had become one of the 10 most populated cities on the human player's side in the Eternal Realm. The city's player population exceeded 60 million, and it could be considered a highly populated city even in other realms. At this time, a commotion was taking place in the Crystal City due to the Sun Dynasty's sudden declaration of war. Zero Wing really knows how to find trouble, provoking a royal power from the holy race of all things. Not even the Seven Luminaries Alliance can save Zero Wing now. Zero Wing's fall won't just stop at the World Ark, either. If Zero Wing refuses to return the divine artifact it took, the Sun Dynasty will target the other powers operating in the World Ark as well. At that time, those powers will definitely find trouble with Zero Wing. From what I heard, many of those who joined Zero Wing are regretting their decision right now. I wonder how Zero Wing's guild leader is going to respond. It might be fine if he apologizes and returns the divine artifact, but if he refuses to capitulate, Zero Wing will probably have to part ways with its advanced residents. It's a pity that Zero Wing is only an emerging power. If its manpower and resources were spread across the Eternal Realm, like the various pseudo-apex powers, it could still thrive even without relying on the world Arkansas. The players resting and chatting in the bars and restaurants of the city couldn't help but sympathize with Zero Wing as they discussed the guild's predicament. They never thought the guild that had over 200 fifth-floor experts and the potential to become a pseudo-apex power would dare to provoke the Sun Dynasty, an existence that even the Seven Luminaries Alliance was unwilling to provoke. While the Crystal City's various powers and players were wondering how Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame would respond, Zero Wing's residents had become incredibly lively. This was because many guild members who had gone offline to rest had come rushing back after learning of the Sun Dynasty's declaration of war. Meanwhile, when the Seven Luminaries Alliance's representatives stepped into the guild hall, the Zero Wing members in the building looked at these representatives with emotions of anxiety, anger, and expectation. What do you think the guild leader will do? Boss Samsara, a level 176, Tier 5 swordsman asked as he looked at fervent Samsara. Hearing the swordsman's question, the other Zero Wing members nearby all looked toward fervent Samsara, who was currently a level 167, Tier 6 Berserker God. Fervent Samsara was one of Zero Wing's 3 overlords. While not a guild executive, his influence in the guild surpassed even the vice guild leaders. He was also acknowledged as one of the 5 strongest experts in the guild. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, we will be giving the Sun Dynasty a fight. Even if we lose, we will simply withdraw from the world Arkansas. I doubt there is anything the Sun Dynasty can do to us outside the world Ark, a young elementalist said, fighting spirit brimming in his eyes. "It's not so simple," fervent Samsara said, shaking his head when he heard the young elementalist's words. Then, with a serious look on his face, he continued, "We can fight, but we absolutely cannot abandon the world, Arkansas. Otherwise, we will quickly get overtaken by the other powers in the Crystal City. After all, the mythical races will be of great help to the various powers in exploration." Originally, fervent Samsara had been feeling quite happy after he successfully advanced to Tier 6. However, his happy mood quickly disappeared as news of Zero Wing's predicament greeted him as soon as he left the underground secret room. While fervent Samsara was wondering how Shurfeng would respond to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's representatives, he suddenly noticed a group of cloaked players through the corner of his eyes. Although these players had hidden all their personal information with their black cloaks, the 6-winged emblem they wore on their cloaks showed that they were Zero Wing members. "Abyss, do you know who those cloaked people are?" Fervent Samsara whispered to the female knight in ice blue armor, sitting beside him. Fervent Samsara was familiar with most of Zero Wing's members, and he was certain he had never seen anyone from the group of cloaked players. His sixth sense also told him that these individuals were not simple. It was especially so for the dozen or so players sitting at the head of the group. He actually got goosebumps looking at them. This was the first time he had experienced such a situation in the Eternal Realm. "I'm not sure, either. I heard they joined Zero Wing not long ago, and they were even personally welcomed by the guild leader," Heavy Abyss said, shaking her head. Then, looking at the group of cloaked players with a serious gaze, she continued, "But I can feel that those people are no weaker than you and I. Just how many secrets does our guild leader have?" While looking at the supposed leaders of the cloaked players, fervent Samsara had his curiosity toward Shurfeng piqued. Now that fervent Samsara had constructed a superior divine body, he dared say he was one of the strongest players in the Eternal Realm. He would even dare to clash against players with divine artifacts. Yet of the group of cloaked players, about a dozen gave him a feeling of danger. This situation was simply unbelievable. Zero Wings Guild Hall, 3rd floor VIP lounge. The 7 Luminaries Alliance has already conveyed the Sun Dynasty's intention to you, Guild Leader Black Flame, Verdant Rainbow, who was currently at level 182, said to Shurfeng while wearing a serious expression. "The Alliance currently has most of its forces occupied fighting another royal over in the core area, so only the forces I oversee in the inner area are available to help you. After discussion, the Alliance hopes Zero Wing can withdraw from the Soul Lake temporarily. Once the Sun Dynasty transitions into the core area and becomes occupied fighting the other royal power, it won't be able to spare much of its forces to target Zero Wing. Zero Wing can return at that time, and the Alliance will also assist Zero Wing in defending its resurrection camp." In reality, the 7 Luminaries Alliance was infuriated by the contempt the Sun Dynasty had shown. Unfortunately, there was nothing the Alliance could do about the Sun Dynasty's threat, as it just so happened that the Alliance had started a territorial clash with another royal power in the World Ark's core area. "I am grateful for the 7 Luminaries Alliance's goodwill, Miss Verdant," Shurfeng said. "But now that the Sun Dynasty has declared war on Zero Wing, it would not make sense for Zero Wing to retreat without a fight. Are you really going to do this, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but sigh when she heard Shurfeng's answer. "The Holy Guard isn't some second-rate legion like the ones the Sun Dynasty sent to attack us initially. It is a force established specifically to deal with other royal powers, and every member is currently a bona fide Tier 6 player. If it comes down to a fight, even a taboo-level existence like yourself might die." "Is that so? Well, they are more than welcome to try," Shurfeng said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3654, Chapter 728, World Arc in Turmoil. Chapter 3654, Chapter 728, World Arc in Turmoil. Chapter 728, World Arc in Turmoil. Crystal City of Secrets. Airport. Lunatic. He's simply a lunatic. Is he trying to bring his entire guild down with him? Looking out the window of the flying ship they were on, the Outer Elder who had accompanied Verdant Rainbow to Zero Wing couldn't help but be shocked as he looked at the players gathering inside Zero Wing's residence. The fact that the Seven Luminaries Alliance had sent Verdant Rainbow, the Alliance's rising star, to communicate with Black Flame was already enough to show how much it valued Zero Wing. Normally, not even the guild leaders of pseudo-apex powers would receive such a treatment. As if that wasn't enough, the Seven Luminaries Alliance had even promised that so long as Zero Wing temporarily withdrew from the World Arc this time, it would help Zero Wing re-establish itself in the World Arc in the future. This was an opportunity that many powers could only dream of obtaining, yet Black Flame had turned down this offer and insisted on fighting the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard with only Zero Wing's strength. Although Black Flame is indeed a little crazy, Zero Wing shouldn't be underestimated. Either, Verdant Rainbow said, as she looked at Zero Wing's residence. When we first arrived inside the guild hall, I sensed at least 10 experts who could threaten me. 10. The Outer Elder couldn't help but look at Verdant Rainbow in astonishment. How can a new guild possibly have so many taboo-level existences? It should be known that Verdant Rainbow was a new generation chosen, one of the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Her combat standard was through the roof, paired with the World String. Although she still wasn't at the standard of the Alliance's veteran taboo-level existences, she could still be considered mid-tier among all taboo-level existences in the Greater Gods domain. Hence, anyone who could make Verdant Rainbow feel threatened should be a taboo-level existence at the very minimum. But how could Zero Wing possibly have 10 taboo-level existences? I don't know. Verdant Rainbow shook her head. Then, thinking of the Holy Guard she had previously encountered in the World Arc's core region, she sighed and said, "But it doesn't matter whether Zero Wing has 10 or 20 taboo-level existences. None will matter in front of the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. The Sun Dynasty's strength far exceeded the Seven Luminaries Alliance's imagination. Of the Holy Guard's 12,000 members, over 600 were considered team leaders. All of them were also battle-hardened individuals who had clashed against the Holy Race's other royal powers for many years. So long as these team leaders formed a 20-man team with the Holy Guard's weaker members, they could trade blows with taboo-level existences. With the Holy Guard having 12,000 members, it meant that the Legion had 600 teams that could trade blows with taboo-level existences. 10 against 600. With such a huge disparity in numbers, even a layman could tell Zero Wing's chances of victory were non-existent. This was also why the Sun Dynasty dared declare that it would eradicate all of the human race's resurrection camps in the world Arkansas. While Verdant Rainbow and her entourage were leaving the Crystal City of Secrets, news of Zero Wing's intention to fight the Sun Dynasty quickly spread like wildfire, and every player and power who received news of this matter couldn't help but be shocked by Shurfeng's decision. World Arc, Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, Skylight Association's advanced tent. Black Flame is truly insane. Titan couldn't believe his eyes when he read the report from his subordinate. Isn't that good news? Milia, the Mjolnir, smiled. We will now have a stable source of income to fund the construction of a guild town. After seeing the fortune the Blaze conglomerate was raking in thanks to its guild city, many powers had already started to prepare for the construction of their own guild town, and the Skylight Association was no exception. However, constructing a guild town in the Eternal Realm was easier said than done. Aside from requiring a building order, astronomical funding was also needed. Fortunately, The Skylight Association could easily solve this problem so long as it took over the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Originally, had Zero Wing chosen to make peace with the Sun Dynasty, it could have easily defended the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp with the help of Azure Fong and the Red Dragon Nation. But now, Zero Wing had willingly chosen to fight the Sun Dynasty to the death. Titan nodded in agreement with Milia's words. Many powers were eyeing the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp due to its economic value. Fortunately, Zero Wing had chosen to send itself into the jaws of death and give everyone a chance to lay claim to the Resurrection Camp. How is the gathering of our forces coming along? 19th Sword interrupted. The 42 Tier 6 experts stationed in the capital are already making their way here, Milia answered, smiling after checking the latest update report. Once they arrive, we will have 70 Tier 6 experts here, far exceeding the Scarlet Merchant Alliance and Flaming Bee. At that time, not even the Star Dynasty can clash with us. Good. Have them hurry up a little, 19th Sword said, nodding. If we don't have enough forces by the time the Sun Dynasty starts its attack, those other powers might get the upper hand over us. You can rest assured, Elder Sword, Titan said. According to our scouts, the Sun Dynasty seems to have learned of Zero Wing's intention and is enraged by it. Originally, the Sun Dynasty had already stopped amassing its forces after gathering 4,000 players. But now, the Sun Dynasty has changed its mind and is looking to gather all Holy Guard members. This process will take at least a day. Our reinforcements would have long arrived by then. Zero Wing truly has dug a hole for itself. Even 19th Sword couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Titan's report. Originally, 19th Sword estimated the Sun Dynasty would only send 3,000 or 4,000 members of its Holy Guard. Even then, he would consider it an overestimation of Zero Wing's strength. Yet, because of Zero Wing's bold declaration to fight back, the Sun Dynasty was now looking to mobilize the entire Holy Guard against Zero Wing. It should be known that the Holy Guard had 12,000 members. This was 3 times the original force the Sun Dynasty was going to use to attack the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Zero Wing had truly dug a hole for itself this time. Crystal City of Secrets. All of our members are ready, Guild Leader. We can set off at any time. Gentle Snow reported to Sherfone with slight trepidation as she looked at the near 1,000 Zero Wing members who were brimming with fighting spirit. Of the Zero Wing members gathered, all of them were 5th floor experts. Many were also experts who had mastered Saint-ranked mana techniques. They were already the strongest combatants Zero Wing could muster. If these experts were annihilated, Zero Wing would be truly finished. Good. Let's set out. After looking at everyone's eager expressions, Sherfone took out the Silver Wing from his bag. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3655, Chapter 729, Steel and Iron. Chapter 3655, Chapter 729, Steel and Iron. Chapter 729, Steel and Iron. Crystal City of Secrets, Zero Wing's residence. What is the guild leader doing? It looks like he's retrieving something from his bag. When the Zero Wing members gathered in the residence's courtyard saw Sherfone chanting an incantation at his bag, they couldn't help but grow curious. Seeing as Sherfone had gathered so many of Zero Wing's experts today, it was clear that they would be going to reinforce the guild's resurrection camp in the World Arkansas. Yet, rather than hurrying over to the World Ark, Sherfone was taking his time retrieving something from his bag. While everyone was wondering what Sherfone was retrieving, a gigantic spatial magic array suddenly appeared above the residence. The silver spatial magic array covered the entire residence, its appearance causing a commotion both inside and outside the residence. A moment later, A flying ship forged entirely from iron and steel emerged from the magic array. The ship spanned over 1,000 meters from bow to stern, and its gradual descent cast a dark shadow over the land beneath it. At first glance, the ship was akin to a floating mountain, and its appearance dumbfounded the zero-wing experts in the courtyard. Is that a flying ship? What's going on? Since when did our guild have a flying ship? Heavens! How can there be a flying ship this massive? It's at least 1,200 meters long. At this time, even fervent Samsara, who was familiar with many of the greater god's domain's secrets, couldn't help but be shocked by the sight of the silver-wing flying ship. It should be known that the average flying ship in God's domain only measured about 100 or 200 meters long. Even the various pseudo-apex powers prided fine gold flying ships only measured about 800 meters long. However, if placed beside the Silverwing, even fine gold flying ships would look no different from infants standing beside an adult. Is this flying ship really the Silverwing guild leader? Gentle Snow asked. She couldn't help but rub her eyes in doubt as she looked up at the flying ship above her. Gentle Snow knew of Shurfeng's intentions to modify the Silverwing. She had also seen the Silverwing's original appearance. Originally, the Silverwing was only a 500-meter-long flying ship armed with 30 cannons. Yet, the current Silverwing had not only tripled in size, but its armaments had also quadrupled in number. The ship's 3 main cannons were especially noteworthy. Merely the mana fluctuations they naturally radiated were enough to make her heart palpitate. It should be known that she was currently strong enough to rival Tier 6 gods of the same level. There should be very few existences in the current eternal realm that could threaten her. Yet, she was now feeling the threat of death coming from a flying ship's main cannons. Naturally, Shurfeng said, chuckling, only the current Silverwing is at the Advanced Dark Gold rank. Advanced Dark Gold? Doesn't that put it on the same level as the Obsidian? Gentle Snow exclaimed. The Obsidian. It was currently the strongest known flying ship in the Greater God's domain, and it was owned by the 7 Luminaries Alliance. The Obsidian was without a doubt a strategic weapon for war, and it was rumored that one Obsidian flying ship had enough firepower to rival a god-ranked fortress. Hence, Gentle Snow couldn't help but be astonished to hear that the Silverwing was now equal to the Obsidian. While watching the Silverwing gradually descend, Shurfeng asked Gentle Snow, by the way, you've already had the selected 114 fifth-floor members sign a confidentiality contract, right? All 114 members have signed it already. If they dare leak any information on the God Slayer combat puppet or transfer their assigned unit to a third party, they will permanently lose the ability to log into God's domain, Gentle Snow said with certainty. Good. Shurfeng nodded. Then he instructed, also, before I give the command, tell them not to take out the God Slayer combat puppets under any circumstances. The Soul Lake Resurrection Camp was of utmost importance to Zero Wing. Not only was it an important source of income, but it also served as an assurance for the guild to recruit Tier 6 experts in the Crystal City of Secrets. With the Holy Race Army being several times, or possibly even dozens of times larger than the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp's forces, the God Slayer combat puppets would become one of the Resurrection Camp's primary trump cards. Hence, it was imperative that the Holy Race Army remained ignorant of the God Slayer combat puppets' existence before the war began. Otherwise, their effectiveness in battle would plummet. Combat puppets were often used as trump cards in wars between the various powers. When deployed at opportune moments, they could often achieve amazing results. It was especially so for Dark Gold combat puppets. Dark Gold combat puppets came with large destruction spells that could match Tier 6 destruction curses cast by Tier 6 mage gods. Even when operated by Tier 0 players who hadn't reached the refinement realm standard, Dark Gold combat puppets could act as a mobile cannon and devastate battlefields. Naturally, in the hands of experts, dark gold combat puppets could display even greater combat effectiveness. Oftentimes, even a handful of dark gold combat puppets were more than enough to turn the tides of a battle involving tens of thousands of experts. So, one could imagine just how terrifying a force of 114 advanced dark gold combat puppets manipulated by fifth-floor experts could be. During the war between the two races in Shifeng's previous life, even though the Holy Race had an overwhelming numerical advantage over the human race, human players still managed to hold their ground and put up a good fight. Ultimately, they even managed to stop the Holy Race army's advance in the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, apart from the few monstrously powerful experts, the reason the human race managed to accomplish such a feat was largely due to war weapons. Of course, war weapons were not without their flaws. It was especially so for advanced dark gold combat puppets like the Godslayer combat puppet. Simply powering up a Godslayer combat puppet already cost 500 units of 7 Luminaries crystal, while every use of its large destruction spells cost 50 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. If a guild didn't have a sufficiently large stockpile of 7 Luminaries crystals, it wouldn't matter how many war weapons it possessed. It wouldn't be able to afford to use them. Rest assured, guild leader, they won't make a move without your command. Moreover, to ensure they have sufficient firepower, I have assigned each of them 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. That should be enough to last them through the entire battle, Gentle Snow said excitedly. Before Shifeng's return, Gentle Snow could only despair whenever she considered facing the Sun Dynasty's encirclement. However, after seeing the 114 God Slayer combat puppets Shifeng brought back, she immediately gained the confidence to trade blows with the Sun Dynasty. Subsequently, Shifeng had the near 1,000 experts gathered in the courtyard board the Silverwing. Then, under the gaze of the Crystal City's players, the Silverwing transformed into a silver glow as it flew toward the World Ark, its speed vastly superior to the flying transport ships docked at the city's airport. World Ark, Soul Lake. As the battle between Zero Wing and the Sun Dynasty drew closer, the various Powers members and independent players started distancing themselves from the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, leaving only the members of Zero Wing, Azurefang, and the Red Dragon Nation. It's been nearly a day, yet Zero Wing's forces have yet to show up. They probably got scared. I heard that many of the Sun Dynasty's subordinate powers have decided to join the crusade against Zero Wing because of the bounty the Sun Dynasty is offering. Even excluding the Sun Dynasty's forces, their forces totaled over 200,000 players. By now, they have already blocked the paths leading to the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, and even the 7 Luminaries Alliance's teams will have trouble reaching the camp. Quick look, there's a flying ship approaching from over there. Isn't that Zero Wing's 6-winged emblem? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3656, Chapter 730, Unsheathed Sword. Chapter 3656, Chapter 730, Unsheathed Sword. Chapter 730, Unsheathed Sword. Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Although many players and powers had distanced themselves from the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp due to the upcoming war, the camp's player population hardly decreased. This was because Azurefang and the Red Dragon Nation had gathered over 100,000 members at the camp. In addition, Azurefang and the Red Dragon Nation had also set up multiple large magic barriers and top-tier magic elven cannons around the camp. The magic elven cannons numbered as many as 300, and each could exhibit power at the Tier 6 standard. In static defenses alone, the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp was already superior to many of the Eternal Realm's fortresses, as expected of pseudo-apex powers. I didn't think you would manage to gather so many Tier 5 elites and war weapons on such short notice, Shifeng said as he scanned the players in the Resurrection Camp. At a glance, He could see that all of the Tier 5 experts in the camp were fully equipped with fragmented legendary items and common secret treasures. Some of them were even equipped with combat secret treasures. Not even Zero Wing could equip so many players to such a standard. Unfortunately, this is still far from enough. As we are right now, we are far behind even the Sun Dynasty's 3 subordinate guilds, let alone the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard, Fry said, shaking her head. For the sake of defending the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, she had pulled all the strings she could and gathered 70,000 experts from the Red Dragon Nation. She would have preferred to gather even more experts if it was possible. Unfortunately, this was already most of the experts the Red Dragon Nation had operating in the Eternal Realm. It was the same for Azure Fong. Only Azure Fong managed to gather a little more experts than the Red Dragon Nation, its forces totaling 80,000. Although the combined forces of Azure Fong and the Red Dragon Nation reached 150,000, they were still numerically disadvantaged compared to the 200,000-plus players the Sun Dynasty's 3 subordinate guilds managed to gather. In a frontal confrontation, their chances of victory would be slim. Do you have any suggestions for the upcoming siege, Guild Leader Black Flame? Garrett asked. Garrett was honestly surprised that Zero Wing had only decided to mobilize about 1,000 players. Originally, he thought Zero Wing would at least send tens of thousands of Tier 5 experts to aid in the defense. That way, they wouldn't be too far behind in numbers compared to the Holy Race's side. Yet, Zero Wing had only sent close to 1,000 players, although there were over a dozen Tier 6 experts among them. And some Tier 5 experts were equipped with the Eternal Magic Armor equipment set. They would be of little use in a battle involving hundreds of thousands of Tier 5 and Tier 6 Holy Race players. The fact that Zero Wing had brought the behemoth known as the Silver Wing didn't matter either. Their chances of victory were still slim. After all, the Holy Race army attacking them had over 10,000 Tier 6 experts. Moreover, these were all experts trained to fight against other royal powers. They were much more superior compared to the Holy Race players who had attacked the 7 Luminaries Alliance's resurrection camps previously. Rather than be on the defense, I am considering taking the fight to them. No matter what, a resurrection camp is not a stronghold. Even if you strengthen its defenses with magic barriers and arm it with various war weapons, once the battle begins, we will fare no differently than if we clashed with the enemy on an open field, Shi Feng said. On the other hand, if we ambush the enemy's scattered Tier 6 combatants with small but elite assault teams, we can greatly reduce the enemy's top combatants before the main event. The use of Tier 5 players in the upcoming battle would be limited, and Tier 6 players would be the main fighting force for both sides. If one side's Tier 6 players suffered annihilation, its remaining forces would be powerless to resist the other side's Tier 6 players. Previously, in the defensive war led by the 7 Luminaries Alliance, they couldn't let too many Holy Race players enter the Alliance's resurrection camps, as it would disrupt the occupation process. Hence, they had to stay in the camps to prevent anyone from sneaking through. Now, though, the Sun Dynasty's goal was to target Zero Wing and eliminate all the forces stationed in the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. In such a situation, it would be foolish for them to stay inside the Resurrection Camp. It was especially so now that he had brought a bunch of level 200-plus experts from his home god's domain to the Eternal Realm. In a defensive siege, the combat effectiveness of these level 200-plus experts would be limited. However, if they were put in a field battle involving only tens of thousands of players, their strength would be overwhelming. Of course, this was a secret Shi Feng did not plan on sharing with outsiders like Fry and Garrett. Reducing their combat power before the main battle is indeed a good idea, but with our current forces, it really isn't ideal to do such a thing, Fry said after pondering over Shi Feng's suggestion. Based on the intelligence I've received, the Sun Dynasty's 3 subordinate guilds are no pushovers. Each guild has several hundred Tier 6 experts under their command. Even if they are scattered across the Soul Lake, each group should still have over 100 Tier 6 experts. Meanwhile, the total number of our Tier 6 combatants is only a little over 100. We will need to concentrate all of our Tier 6 combatants into one team if we want to eliminate any of their teams within a short time. I agree. Even with your current strength, we can, at most, afford to form 2 assault teams, Guild Leader Black Flame. Garrett said, nodding in agreement with Fry. But if it is just 2 assault teams, the damage we can do to the enemy will be negligible. We will also expose our top combatants, making it easier for the enemy to counter us. 1 or 2 teams might not do the trick, but what about 10? Shi Feng said, chuckling. 10 assault teams. Fry and Garrett couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion. They failed to understand what was going through Shi Feng's head. Their 3 guilds only had a little over 100 Tier 6 experts. If they were to form 10 assault teams, each team would only receive about a dozen Tier 6 experts. They'd be sending their forces straight into the jaws of death if they tried pitting a dozen Tier 6 human experts against 100 Tier 6 Holy Race experts. You two don't have to worry about this. Zero Wings members will take on the responsibility of attacking the enemy's Tier 6 experts. I only need you to send some scouts to determine the positions of the enemy forces, Shi Feng said, not bothering to explain himself. If there are no more problems, let's quickly get things into motion. The enemy's Tier 6 experts will start to group up if we drag our feet for too long. Shi Feng's words stunned Fry and Garrett. However, since they couldn't think of a good reason to object to Zero Wing shouldering all responsibilities for attacking the enemy, they agreed to provide several hundred scouts for reconnaissance. Even if these scouts were annihilated, it wouldn't result in much losses to their 2 guilds. Subsequently, Shi Feng had Phoenix Rain and the other players from his home god's domain form 9 assault teams and scattered them across the Soul Lake. Then, he hopped onto the Silver Wing with Zero Wing's main force members and flew to the border connecting the Soul Lake with the frontline maps. It was already known that the Holy Race Army was continuously gathering their forces at the border, so they would definitely find some enemies there. Meanwhile, shortly after Zero Wing arrived at the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp with the eye-catching Silver Wing, news of Zero Wing's arrival quickly reached the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. Zero Wing's guild leader has arrived at the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Your Highness, Heavenly Ape Saint, who was currently a level 181 Tier 6 player, cautiously reported to a woman with a stunning appearance and slender figure. However, it doesn't look like he is as tough as he makes himself out to be. According to our investigations, Black Flame only brought 1,000 players to reinforce the Resurrection Camp. It is obvious he is afraid we will wipe out Zero Wing's forces. As things stand, the 3 guilds' armies will be more than enough to destroy the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. I thought the person who killed my foolish little brother would be someone incredible, but it seems I have overestimated him. After hearing Heavenly Ape Saint's report, the woman named Daystar nonchalantly commanded, "Let's not waste any more time, then. Have our gathered forces move out immediately. I want to be back in the core area in half an hour." Understood. Heavenly Ape Saint respectfully withdrew and began instructing the gathered members of the Holy Guard to advance on the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3657, Chapter 731, Zero Wings Elites. Chapter 3657, Chapter 731, Zero Wings Elites. Chapter 731, Zero Wings Elites. Following the news of Zero Wing's Silver Wing arriving at the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, the 3 Holy Race Guilds that had entered the Soul Lake quickly went into action. The Sun Dynasty was a royal power of the Holy Race. So although the three guilds were subordinates of the Sun Dynasty, they were still vastly superior to the average human guild. Presently, each of the three guilds had gathered around 90,000 experts to encircle and attack the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, their combined forces exceeding 270,000. In addition, they had close to 1,500 Tier 6 experts in total. With these forces, they wouldn't fear clashing against even the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Of all the places the Vice Guild leaders could have assigned us to, why did they assign us to receive the new arrivals? What rotten luck we have. By the time we move out, we'll probably have nothing left to do. I know, right? I can only hope that Zero Wing will last a little longer. Otherwise, we'll earn barely any guild contributions on this trip. At the entrance to the Soul Lake, a group of Tier 6 Holy Race experts stood atop a mountain, watching team after team of Holy Race players cross the canyon below. The canyon served as the gateway to the Soul Lake, and these experts were assigned by the three Holy Race guilds to watch over it. However, as they watched their allies cross the canyon and disappear into the Soul Lake, they couldn't help but feel envious. The reason for their behavior was the generous bounty the Sun Dynasty had placed on Zero Wing. Anyone who successfully killed a Zero Wing member would earn guild contribution points from the Sun Dynasty, which was a huge opportunity for Holy Race players. In the Holy Race's greater gods domain, the 10 royal powers had monopolized 99% of all precious resources. Their monopoly over high-ranking holy arts and materials needed to repair legendary weapons and equipment was especially firm. This made it incredibly difficult for other powers to get their hands on these resources. If they wished to get their hands on these precious resources, their only options were to either become strong enough to replace a royal power or subordinate themselves to a royal power. Of course, even after a guild subordinated itself to a royal power, things wouldn't be smooth sailing for all its members. As royal powers would only grant their subordinate guilds a limited amount of precious resources, the members of a subordinate guild typically had to use an exorbitant amount of the guild's contribution points to exchange these resources. The types of resources they had access to were usually very limited as well. But now, they had an opportunity to earn the Sun Dynasty's guild contribution points directly, and all they needed to do was kill members of Zero Wing. Not only did this mean that they could exchange precious resources at a significantly cheaper price, but the variety of items they could exchange would also be much greater. They could even make a fortune by reselling the items they exchanged. Inside a certain tent on the mountaintop. How are preparations coming along on your side? Locust, the Holy Guard has already moved out. Once Her Highness Daystar takes action, there won't be anything left for us to do. A giant of a man who was 10 meters tall, covered in holy patterns, and had messy hair said to the elegant middle-aged man resting beside him. If the rumors about Black Flame killing Chalk Splendor are true, he should be able to rank in the Transcendent list. You know how hard it is to find opportunities to fight such experts. It'd be a pity if we don't even get to fight him. The Holy Race's Transcendent list was similar to the Divine Glory list published by the Seven Luminaries Alliance. All those on the list were experts who would be remembered by history. They were also qualified to establish training centers and recruit disciples in the real world. Most importantly, they would qualify to live in the Holy Land, which was the dream of countless Holy Race players. Unfortunately, 90% of the Transcendent list was monopolized by experts from royal powers, and no expert from other powers would ever dare to challenge these individuals. After all, the act of doing so was a provocation to the royal powers. As a result, those not belonging to a royal power could only challenge the remaining 10% if they wanted to secure a place on the Transcendent list. However, there were so many players seeking to challenge the remaining 10% that the current waiting list was over a century. Unless they could come across one of these few transcendent experts alone out in the fields, it would be nearly impossible for them to get into the transcendent list. But now, a new opportunity known as Black Flame had appeared. It should be known that Chalk Splendor was a reserve candidate for the transcendent list, and many powers had deemed it likely he could enter the transcendent list in the future. Yet, Chalk Splendor had died in the hands of Black Flame, which meant that Black Flame was stronger than him. This meant that so long as someone could kill Black Flame, there was a high chance they could be put on the transcendent list and skip the trouble of having to defeat an existing transcendent expert. Black Flame is indeed strong, but it is an exaggeration to say that he has the strength to enter the transcendent list, the elegant man named Locust said contemptuously. Don't forget that the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Verdant Rainbow was helping Black Flame when he killed Chalk Splendor. Even so, it is still an incredible feat. If we can kill such an expert, we will get nominated for a reserve candidate spot at the very least, the giant of a man said excitedly. Six Fingers has a point, a woman with her eyes closed said. The woman sat alongside the giant and the elegant man, and she carried two sabers on her back. If you're not interested, Locust, leave Black Flame to me later on. I was originally planning to challenge one of the Royal Power's reserve candidates, but it will save me a lot of trouble if I can come across Black Flame. Locust was rendered speechless when he heard the woman's words. Sky Pillar Saintess, Myriad Blades. She was a chosen one of the Sky Pillar Guild's latest generation. Both she and Six Fingers, the giant of a man, were his rivals when it came to competing for a spot on the transcendent list. If he allowed either of them to kill Black Flame, his entry into the transcendent list would be delayed even further. While Locust, Myriad Blades, and Six Fingers were chatting inside their tent, the Silverwing had stealthily arrived within 1,000 yards of the canyon's entrance. Currently, the Silverwing was concealed with a Tier 5 invisibility scroll, and Shurfeng stood on its deck as he observed the Holy Race army stationed above the canyon. I'm done analyzing the energy fluctuations. Guild leader. I detected over 30,000 energy signatures, and 414 of them are Tier 6, Fiery Heart, a Tier 5 Grand Wizard equipped with the God Chaser set. Reported through the team chat with certainty. That's quite a lot of Tier SIXS. It seems we were right to come here first, Shurfeng said, chuckling. Is everyone in position? For the current Eternal Realms human powers, a force of 400-plus Tier 6 Holy Race experts would be considered a huge threat. However, it was a different story for the Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts from his home god's domain, as well as Tier 6 experts like Gentle Snow. Everyone's in position and ready to take action. Guild leader, give us the command. Hidden Soul, Fire Dance, and 4 level 200-plus Tier 5 assassins responded one after another to Shurfeng's question, each positioned next to a tent occupied by the Holy Race Army's Tier 6 experts. Attack! After seeing that everyone was in position, Shurfeng promptly gave the command to attack. TL notes, 1 Sky Pillar Priestess. I am unsure if this should be Holy Child, Holy Daughter, or Priestess. I might come back to make changes in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3658, Chapter 732, Celebrity Black Flame. Chapter 3658, Chapter 732, Celebrity Black Flame. Chapter 732, Celebrity Black Flame. TL notes. Made affixed to Chapter 731. Original. Subsequently, Shurfeng split Zero Wings members into 10 assault teams, making sure to evenly distribute Phoenix Rain and the other experts from his home god's domain across the 10 teams. Then scattered the 10 teams across the Soul Lake. As for Shurfeng himself, he hopped onto the Silverwing with Zero Wings main force members and flew to the border connecting the Soul Lake with the frontline maps. It was already known that the Holy Race Army was continuously gathering their forces at the border, so they would definitely find some enemies there. Edited. Subsequently, Shifeng had Phoenix Rain and the other players from his home god's domain form 9 assault teams and scattered them across the Soul Lake. Then, he hopped onto the Silver Wing with Zero Wing's main force members and flew to the border connecting the Soul Lake with the frontline maps. It was already known that the Holy Race Army was continuously gathering their forces at the border, so they would definitely find some enemies there. Basically, it means that Zero Wing has only formed 10 assault teams in total instead of 11, upon receiving Shifeng's command, Fire Dance, and the others promptly took action against the tents they were stalking. Although the advanced tents used by the 3 Holy Race guilds were protected by an energy barrier that could normally withstand multiple Tier 6 attacks, Fire Dance, and the others shattered the barriers standing in their way with just a single attack. Subsequently, before any of the Tier 6 Holy Race experts resting in the targeted tents could react, Fire Dance and the others swiftly brandished their daggers and short swords, stabbing their hearts and slitting their necks. Each of the targeted tents housed between 5 and 6 players. Even though Holy Race players inherently possessed a lot of HP and defense, they still died instantly to the attacks of Fire Dance and the others, which were close to rivaling the attacks of Tier 6 gods. 1. In the blink of an eye, 6 advanced tents were ambushed, and 31 Tier 6 Holy Race experts were killed. Ambush. Human assassins are ambushing us. At the same time as Fire Dance and the others took action, a Tier 5 Holy Race expert patrolling nearby noticed their presence and promptly shouted to alert the others. All of the Holy Race experts assigned to this location were battlefield veterans. The moment they heard someone alerting an ambush, whether it was those resting in tents or chatting somewhere, everyone promptly dropped what they were doing and rushed in the direction of Zero Wing's 6 assassins. They even erected an energy barrier that covered the entire campsite, ensuring that the 6 assassins could not escape. Commander 6. Emergency. Zero Wing's members have ambushed us. We have activated the Holy Power Barrier and trapped them in the campsite already. A Tier 6 patrol reported urgently after entering the camp occupied by the 3 guilds' army commanders. Zero Wing ambushed us. 6 Fingers couldn't help but be stunned by his subordinate's report. Are you sure you're not mistaken? It should be known that their 3 guilds already regarded Zero Wing as a fish on a chopping block. After all, according to their investigations, Zero Wing only had a little over 100 Tier 6 experts defending its resurrection camp. That was only a fraction of what they had. With so few Tier 6 experts, Zero Wing would have great difficulty even defending its resurrection camp. How could Zero Wing possibly take the initiative to attack their campsite, which had over 400 Tier 6 experts? However, before the Tier 6 patrol could answer 6 Fingers, Locust had already put away the tent, revealing the site of the aforementioned holy energy barrier shattering and several dozen figures descending from the sky. Black Flame. That person is Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. The instant the several dozen figures appeared in the sky, many of the Holy Race players in the campsite immediately recognized Shifeng and began shouting frantically. It was like Shifeng was a candle in the dark, his presence being extraordinarily eye-catching. Since when did you become so famous among the Holy Race, guild leader? Gentle Snow asked. She couldn't help but be stunned when she saw the Holy Race army down below behaving like a bunch of mortals who had just seen God descend upon them. It should be known that just a moment ago, the Holy Race players in the campsite were in the middle of encircling Fire Dance's group of 6. Yet now, all of them were focusing their attention on Shifeng, behaving as if they had completely forgotten about the 31 Tier 6 experts Fire Dance's group had killed. I have no idea. At this time, even Shifeng found this situation confusing. Did he really have such a striking appearance? It should be known that he was wearing a dark gray cloak that hid his equipment and weapons. He did not reveal any distinguishing features. paired with his face, he should look the most inconspicuous of everyone on his team. However, what Shifeng did not know was that after he had killed Chalk Splendor, many holy race powers had deemed him an expert worthy of the Transcendent List. Meanwhile, the Transcendent List was a ranking list known by all among the holy race. Even those who merely have the potential to enter the Transcendent List would have their faces memorized by most holy race players. Hence, the 3 guilds members had long memorized Shifeng's appearance. And as experts who had developed their minds to a great extent, it was very easy to single out Shifeng from his teammates. Tier 5 members, stay at least 1,000 yards away from Black Flame. Locust of the Leisure Prison Guild commanded sternly upon learning of Shifeng's presence. He's already stronger than Tier 6 gods. Those weaker than Tier 6 gods should prioritize targeting Zero Wing's other experts. At Locust's command, all the holy race experts obeyed, without hesitation, solemn expressions on their faces. No one dared to underestimate Shifeng. Treating him like a world boss, they had only their core experts face him head-on, while everyone else supported them from behind. In only a moment, 23 level 180+, Tier 6 holy race experts stepped forward, each strong enough to rival the human race's Tier 6 gods. They then charged toward Shifeng's landing location. As for the other Tier 6 holy race experts, they charged at the other Zero Wing members. "How cautious of you all," Shifeng said, still slightly surprised as he looked at the 23 experts standing before him. As far as he could remember, holy race experts held great contempt for human experts. If holy race experts encountered human experts out in the fields, most would choose to fight one-on-one duels, even when they had the numerical advantage. Yet, the campsite's 23 strongest holy race experts had chosen to attack him together. This was a situation far beyond the norm. Cautious? Looking down at Shifeng's comparatively small figure, Six Fingers grimly said, "I don't think so. When dealing with limit breakers like yourself, no amount of caution is excessive." In the holy race's greater god's domain, the term limit breaker was used to describe monstrously powerful players. More specifically, limit breakers were all monsters capable of ranking on the Transcendent List. Previously, Six Fingers was partially convinced by Locust's opinion that Shifeng had only managed to kill Chalk Splendor thanks to the assistance of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Chosen One. However, after seeing Shifeng's extraordinary use of the surrounding energy, Six Fingers immediately understood that Shifeng wasn't someone who needed to rely on others to kill Chalk Splendor. If they wished to go against such a monster, they would have to gather all of their campsite's strength to have any chance at victory. "Locust, and I will distract him," 6 myriad blades whispered to Six Fingers and the others as she cautiously approached Shifeng. "With Locust, take any opportunity you see, even if it means our deaths." After saying so, myriad blades unsheathed her sabers and charged at Shifeng. TL notes: 1. They still died instantly to the attacks of Fire Dance, and the others which were close to rivaling the attacks of Tier 6 gods. In this scenario, I believe that the attacks of the level 200+ Tier 5 assassins rival the attacks of Tier 6 gods that are at Fire Dance and Hidden Souls level. So, somewhere around level 180, considering that Gentle Snow is level 180 as of Chapter 723. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3659, Chapter 733, Black Flame's Sword. Chapter 3659, Chapter 733, Black Flame's Sword. Chapter 733, Black Flame's Sword. It'll all be up to you. 6. I doubt myriad, and I can create many opportunities. When Locust saw myriad blades charging at Shifeng, he put on a determined expression and raised the thorny wooden staff he wielded. Immediately, Countless holy patterns started to form around him. "Don't worry. I understand." Six Fingers solemnly nodded. Logically, Six Fingers should have been the one to engage and distract Shi Feng, since his 10-meter-tall body would make him the best fit for melee combat out of everyone present. Yet, Myriad Blades and Locust had chosen to take on this role instead. As for why they had made such a decision, it was because Six Fingers owned an astonishingly destructive holy art called Heavenly Strike. Heavenly Strike was a mysterious holy art Six Fingers had found in an ancient ruin, and it could exhibit power rivaling holy ancestor-ranked holy arts. Paired with his fragmented divine artifact radiance, he could overwhelm the defenses of even ancient gods of the same level. Hence, Myriad Blades and Locust had chosen to create opportunities for him to land attacks on Shi Feng. Otherwise, if they tried to trade blows with a limit breaker like Shi Feng, the latter would eventually whittle them to death. At the same time as Six Fingers nodded, Myriad Blades brandished her sabers and summoned 1,000 holy armaments. These armaments came in various forms, such as sabers, spears, swords, axes, shields, and whips. Each armament had its respective strengths, and they all carried power at the Tier 6 God standard. When Myriad Blades willed all of these holy armaments to attack Shi Feng, it was as if 1,000 Myriad Blades were attacking Shi Feng together. Moreover, none of these holy armaments were restricted by HP, so they remained unfazed even when attacked. Fusion Holy Art, Thousandfold Mirage. Thousandfold Mirage allowed Myriad Blades to become a one-man legion, and it was the primary reason behind her confidence in challenging a Royal Powers Reserve candidate for the Transcendent list. In the meantime, the elegant Locust suddenly revealed a ferocious expression, his eyes turning crimson as the wooden staff he wielded merged with his body. His body also became withered like dead wood and shrunk by several sizes. Then, once his transformation was complete, he turned into a stream of light as he charged at Shi Feng, his speed so fast that he could put Tier 6 assassins to shame. Fusion, Holy Art, Sanguine Ascension. Sanguine Ascension was the ultimate desperation move Locust had developed by combining a holy art with one of his legacy skills. When used, it allowed his movement speed and attack speed to achieve a qualitative leap, and nobody could keep up with him under the same tier. However, in exchange for this overwhelming speed, he would fall into a heavily injured state for a considerable time after using the Fusion Holy Art. When Zero Wings members saw Myriad Blades and Locust's display of strength, they couldn't help but be shocked. Are those two monsters? Fervent Samsara was similarly shocked when he saw Myriad Blades' swarm of holy armaments and Locust's impossibly fast speed. Although he could keep up with Locust's speed thanks to his sixth sense, his body couldn't, especially not when Locust was constantly changing his attack and movement trajectories. As of present, Fervent Samsara was certain he stood no chance against Myriad Blades and Locust, even in one-on-one situations. Thousandfold Mirage and Sanguine Ascension. Is the other one Heavenly Strike? Shi Feng suddenly thought of three names when he saw the moves executed by Myriad Blades and Locust. During the war between the two races in his previous life, many holy race experts had become famous in the human race's greater gods domain due to their feats. Among them, three were particularly outstanding, and they were Myriad Blades, the Sky Pillar Saintess, Locust, the Fleeting Wraith, and Heavenly Strike, Six Fingers. Or, more specifically, their trademark moves were very well known. In the Sky Pillar Saintess's case, she had slaughtered an Apex Powers holy city with her thousandfold mirage. As for the Fleeting Wraith, he had single-handedly distracted Death Wind, one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts. It should be known that Death Wind not only wielded a divine weapon, but was also equipped with divine equipment. Under normal circumstances, even Shi Feng would not dare to fight Death Wind for too long. Yet, Locust had distracted Deathwind for half a day and safely retreated. Similar to the other two, Six Fingers had accomplished an incredible feat that made him famous throughout the human race's greater god's domain. The feat in question involved killing one of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's taboo existences with one almighty strike from his hammer, which instantly scared the million-strong army led by said taboo existence into fleeing. In his previous life, Shi Feng rather admired these 3 individuals. After all, these 3 individuals all dared to stand against the human race's apex powers by themselves. Only, he never thought he would face all 3 of them together right now. Black Flame, let me see just how strong you are. Manipulating her holy armaments, myriad blades bombarded Shi Feng from all sides. Although it was a chaotic bombardment with no skill involved, it was the most effective method to deal with limit breakers like Shi Feng. Limit breakers of the human race were individuals who had gotten a hold of primordial god legacies and achieved strength beyond the limit in one aspect. When facing such overwhelming strength, techniques no longer mattered. In Myriad Blade's case, she could only rely on having an overwhelming numerical advantage to fight Shi Feng. Die. Despite seeing Myriad Blade's bombardment, Locust did not hesitate to join the fight. With his focus on Shi Feng's back, Locust kept moving around erratically in midair at extreme speeds. Even experts who had made significant progress in the extrasensory realm would have difficulty reacting to his movements. If Chalk Splendor was currently standing in Shi Feng's position, even if he still had the Sunlight Blade with him, he would probably lose his life to the duo if he did not activate Sunlight Body preemptively. He might even die before he could even put up any form of defense. Bring it on! Seeing the display of raw power happening before him, Shi Feng started to feel a sense of danger. Immediately, he unsheathed and brandished the Winter of Eternal Night and Shadow Incinerator, World of Frost, Scorching Flame, Sword's Orbit, Flowing Light. Suddenly, Shi Feng's level fell by 1, and 100 frost swords appeared around him. Although the frost swords were still vastly outnumbered by the holy armaments, when Shi Feng executed Sword's Orbit with them, the miniature stars they created instantly turned the tables on the holy armaments. Moreover, scorching flames enveloped each star, and the rotation of the stars created a bright and scorching galaxy within a 1,000-yard radius of Shi Feng. Subsequently, scorching stars and holy armaments clashed, causing powerful explosions and creating cracks in the eternal realm's space. Over 10,000 collisions took place in a mere moment, each collision sending a holy armament flying and leaving cracks in it. At the same time, Shi Feng was constantly moving about in the air, and try as Locust might, he simply couldn't catch up to Shi Feng's constantly shifting position. All the while, Myriad Blades and Locust saw their stamina and concentration draining rapidly because of their ultimate moves. How is this possible? Aren't limit breakers supposed to have exceeded the limit in only one aspect? Whether it was Myriad Blades or Locust, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this situation. Not only did they fail to match Shi Feng in a clash of strength, but they also failed to match him in speed. For a moment, they even wondered if Shi Feng was human. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3660, Chapter 734, One Hit Azura, Chapter 3660, Chapter 734, One Hit Azura, Chapter 734, One Hit Azura, how strong? That's the Sky Pillar Saintess and Fleeting Wraith we are talking about. How can Black Flame still hold the upper hand when fighting both of them? Is that guy a monster? As the intensity of the battle between Shi Feng and Myriad Blades and Locust grew, the Tier 6 Holy Race experts, waiting for an opportunity to strike, couldn't help but be astonished. They had heard of Black Flame before. They also understood how powerful a limit breaker could be. However, it should be known that Myriad Blades and Locust were not a couple of nobodies in the holy race. Despite not being members of a royal power, they were strong enough to put up a fight against experts on the transcendent list. If given the opportunity, they could very well become experts on the transcendent list. Normally, if the two went all out and worked together, even divine artifact owners would have a headache dealing with them. Yet, Myriad Blades and Locust were being overwhelmed right now. Myriad Blades' holy armaments were constantly being struck down, while Locust couldn't even close the distance on Sure Feng, let alone find an opportunity to attack him. They could only watch as Sure Feng gradually wore down the holy armaments. Are you still not ready, 6? Myriad can't hold on for much longer. Locust said anxiously through the team chat when he saw that Myriad Blades could only use her holy armaments for defense and nothing else. Originally, Locust thought that with his extraordinary speed and reactions, paired with Myriad Blades' incredible control, Sure Feng should be rendered helpless in no time. But now, whether it was the speed he prided himself in or Myriad Blades' incredible attack rate, both were inferior to Sure Feng. Sure Feng's physical parameters were simply monstrous. Now, only 6 seconds after their exchange began, they had already fallen into a complete disadvantage. In fact, he could already foresee Myriad Blades' holy armaments crumbling apart completely in a few seconds. Once that happened, it would take no more than an instant for him and Myriad Blades to die. Don't worry. I'm ready, Six Fingers responded with a grim chuckle. Don't fault me if you die. Upon hearing Six Fingers' response, Locust and Myriad Blades immediately noticed a gigantic phantom appearing 1,000 yards away from them. The phantom was in the image of Six Fingers, and it was several thousand meters tall. At this time, the phantom had already raised the mountainous hammer it wielded and smashed it down toward the area where they were fighting. As the hammer descended, it cast a dark shadow over a 1,000-yard radius. At the same time, Fervent Samsara and the other Zero Wing members, who were fighting against the Holy Race's Tier 6 experts in the distance, felt a chill run down their spines. The power of taboos. This was undoubtedly the power of taboos. The average Tier 6 player would be at risk of permanent death if they were so much as scratched by this attack, let alone getting hit directly. Die! Six Fingers bellowed with all his might as he glared at Sure Feng. At the same time, the phantom hammer accelerated its descent even further. Heavenly Strike! Black Flame! You'll be dying with us here. When Locust saw the descending hammer, he turned to look at Sure Feng with a sneer on his face. Six Fingers' Heavenly Strike was not only powerful, but it also had a large attack radius. Even if Sure Feng had astonishing speed, there was no way he could get out of Heavenly Strike's 1,000-yard AoE in time. Not to mention, he still needed to deal with their distraction. Boom! A dazzling beam of light shot into the sky, reaching a height of 10,000 meters before stopping. When the beam of light faded, the mountain the Holy Race Army had set up their campsite on had disappeared, and taking its place was a bottomless abyss. Is this Lord Six Fingers' Heavenly Strike? Crap! Aren't we in the World Arc right now? How can an attack deform the World Arc's terrain to such an extent? I doubt even Black Flame can survive such a frightening strike. The 3 Holy Race Guild's members gasped when they saw the devastation caused by Six Fingers' Heavenly Strike. The World Arc was one of the few World Mode regional dungeons in the Eternal Realm. Its terrain was extremely sturdy, and even Tier 6 players would have difficulty damaging it. Yet, Six Fingers had erased an entire mountain in a single strike, effectively turning the entrance canyon into a basin. On top of that, he had also left behind a bottomless pit with a 1,000-yard radius. The power of his attack was simply unheard of. What a tough opponent Black Flame is. Had I come across him by myself, I would have no choice but to run. Looking at the smoke rising from the bottomless abyss before him, Six Fingers couldn't help but feel fortunate. He had myriad blades and Locust to keep Sure Foam distracted. Although Heavenly Strike had astonishing power, Six Fingers needed a long time to conjure the required phantom. Without someone to distract his targets for him, in the 6 seconds it took him to conjure his phantom, even Tier 5 experts could easily move out of his attack range, let alone Tier 6 experts. If his opponents were confident in their strength, they could even attack and kill him while he was occupied. And seeing Shurfeng's astonishing speed and control, he did not doubt Surefoam could kill him in 6 seconds. While Six Fingers was thinking of commanding the surviving Tier 6 God-ranked experts to clean up the rest of Zero Wings members, something amidst the dispersing smoke clouds caught his attention. Impossible! Six Fingers was dumbfounded by the sight before him. At this time, with one of his swords raised, Surefoam could be seen holding back the mountainous phantom hammer, thoroughly preventing it from descending any further. Not only that, but he still had over 95% of his HP remaining. He's not dead. How can he still be alive? The 3 Holy Race Guild's members who were just about to rejoice were similarly dumbfounded by this situation, none willing to believe what they were seeing. Your attack is indeed extraordinary, but you chose the wrong opponent. Surefoam did not bother to offer any explanations when he saw Six Fingers' look of shock. While using the Winter of Eternal Night to hold back the Phantom Hammer, he swung the Shadow Incinerator at Six Fingers, who stood over 1,000 yards away. Third Sword, Holy Annihilation. Immediately, a tide of flames swept toward Six Fingers, the speed of the flames so fast that time in the surrounding area had seemingly stopped flowing as they moved. I won't let you kill me that easily. Six Fingers was no ordinary Holy Race expert. Almost at the same time as Surefoam executed his attack, his powerful sixth sense made him lift his hammer to defend himself. Boom! The instant the scorching flames and hammer collided, Six Fingers' body flew away like a kite with its strings severed, and his HP bar began to deplete at a visible rate. 60%, 30%, 10%. When Six Fingers crashed into the mountain on the other side of the former canyon, his HP fell to 0, and he wore an astonished look as his body gradually dispersed into particles of light. Guild leader! At this time, the 3 Holy Race Guild's members weren't the only ones in shock. Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and the other Zero Wing members fighting against the Holy Race's Tier 6 experts were similarly dumbfounded. It should be known that even with their current strength, they wouldn't dare say they could defeat someone as mighty as Six Fingers. Yet, this seemingly mighty individual failed to survive even one attack from Surefoam. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3661, Chapter 735, Beams of Destruction. Chapter 3661, Chapter 735, Beams of Destruction. Chapter 735, Beams of Destruction. Six Fingers is dead. Impossible. This is Six Fingers we are talking about. How can Lord Six Fingers die to one attack from a human swordsman? Could there be some kind of bug in the world arc? When the several hundred Tier 6 Holy Race experts present saw Six Fingers' body fading away, they couldn't help but be in disbelief. It was bad enough that Six Fingers' mighty heavenly strike had failed to kill Surefoam, but the fact that Six Fingers couldn't withstand one attack from Surefoam was truly beyond their comprehension. It even challenged their understanding of God's domain. If speaking purely in terms of strength, Six Fingers was second to only divine artifact users. His strength was so overwhelming that not even experts like Locust and Myriad Blades would dare to face him head-on. No matter how they thought about it, they simply couldn't understand how this situation had come to be. Don't just stand there. When Surefoam saw that Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and the others were still in a daze, he quickly reminded them, "The 3 army commanders have been eliminated, so quickly take care of the remaining Tier 6 Holy Race experts. We don't have much time to waste here." The Sun Dynasty's 3 subordinate guilds had mobilized nearly 300,000 players this time, of which about 1,500 were Tier 6 experts. Currently, these Tier 6 experts were scattered across the Soul Lake, so it was Zero Wing's best opportunity to eliminate them before the main battle. But now that they had attacked the entrance campsite, it went without saying news of their actions would reach the rest of the 3 Holy Race Guilds' forces. If they wished to eliminate more Tier 6 experts before the main battle, they had to act quickly. Otherwise, once these Holy Race armies were prepared, the difficulty of dealing with them would increase exponentially. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and the others quickly snapped out of their daze and started killing the Tier 6 Holy Race experts. Out of all the Zero Wing members present, only Fiery Heart, who had just arrived in the Eternal Realm recently, remained unfazed by Shifeng's strength. Before Shifeng even voiced his reminder, she had already cast a Tier 5 curse at a group of level 180+ Tier 6 Holy Race experts. Although Six Fingers was astonishingly powerful, he was only a level 182 player. Even if he possessed strength superior to Tier 6 gods of the same level, it should be known that Shifeng could already contend with level 200 Tier 6 gods when he first returned to their home god's domain. Level 200 was a massive turning point in God's domain. Going from level 199 to level 200 would be akin to achieving a 1-tier advancement. So, even before Shifeng returned to their home God's domain, his strength was already superior to that of the current Six Fingers. After killing the first-generation Saint Eucharius, he had even leveled up to level 191. His basic attributes improving by 2 minor thresholds. In Shifeng's current state, his attack could cause even level 200 Tier 6 gods to stumble. So, Fiery Heart didn't find it surprising that Six Fingers had died so abruptly. While Zero Wing's members were cleaning up the Tier 6 Holy Race experts, someone from the 3 Holy Race guilds quickly called for a retreat. Retreat! Retreat quickly! We are no match for Black Flame. Only by gathering all of our Tier 6 experts and using a large combination, Holy Art, can we fight him? Suddenly, all of the Holy Race experts present began to flee in all directions, nobody having any intention of fighting Shifeng's team to the death. Seeing this, Gentle Snow and the others experienced a headache. Setting aside the 30,000+ Tier 5 Holy Race experts, if the 400+ Tier 6 Holy Race experts were determined to flee, they wouldn't be able to prevent more than a few from escaping. Have the ship's spirit cannons finished charging? Rampant? When Shifeng saw the Holy Race experts scattering, he promptly posed a question to Rampant Blade, who had stayed behind to pilot the Silverwing. In reality, Shifeng was more than capable of killing Locust, Myriad Blades, and Six Fingers as soon as their fight began. The reason he didn't do so was out of concern that he might frighten the 3 Holy Race Guild's members into fleeing. If that happened, even he wouldn't be able to kill more than a couple of Tier 6 Holy Race experts before all of them escaped. Hence, before getting off the Silverwing, Shifeng had instructed Rampant Blade to begin charging the flying ship's 100 spirit destruction cannons and 8 floating spirit cannons. The attacks of the spirit destruction cannons and floating spirit cannons were destruction spells with massive AoEs. Although the power of these cannons was inferior to his attacks, it still wasn't something ordinary Tier 6 experts could afford to receive recklessly. If all 128 spirit cannons fired together, their combined effect would be many times greater than if he were to use Holy Annihilation or Dark Moon many times in quick succession. All 128 spirit cannons are fully charged. Guild Leader! Rampant Blade reported excitedly as he looked at the charging indicators on the 100 spirit destruction cannons and 28 floating spirit cannons. Good. Fire. Shurfeng commanded, without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, all of the spirit destruction cannons and floating spirit cannons aboard the Silverwing fired simultaneously, each unleashing a beam covering a 3,000-yard radius onto the fleeing Holy Race players. If caught in the middle of these beams striking radius, not even Tier 6 players could run to safety in time, and they'd have no choice but to defend against the destructive beams. When all 128 beams descended, a blinding light enveloped the Soul Lake's entrance, covering a radius of tens of thousands of yards. From a distance, it looked as if the land was being purified. None of the Tier 5 Holy Race experts could resist the spirit destruction cannons. All of them vaporized the instant they made contact with the beam attacks. As for the Tier 6 Holy Race experts, although one beam was not enough to kill them, each beam still shaved off a visible chunk of their HP. After suffering 128 beam attacks, even the Holy Race experts who could rival Tier 6 gods of the same level were reduced to ashes. After the beams of destruction dissipated, the 3 Holy Race guilds' campsite had become a barren wasteland. Apart from a few Holy Race experts who managed to escape with the help of life-saving tools, the rest were all dead. Is this the power of an advanced dark gold flying ship? Gentle Snow couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the vast expanse of scorched earth before her. Of the 30,000-plus Holy Race experts stationed at this campsite, 99% were killed in an instant. Even God-ranked Holy Race experts were no exception. Over a dozen Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Apart from Apex powers, no other human power could go up against such a force in the current eternal realm. Yet, in front of the Silverwing, these God-ranked experts were no different than cannon fodder. Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss were similarly shocked by this development. Although they had long known that the Silverwing was a high-ranking flying ship, they never thought it could be this frightening. The firepower of this flying ship was even greater than that of a Void Fortress. Guild leader, nearly 100 Tier 6 Holy Race experts escaped before the attack connected. Rampant Blade reported the information he got from the Silverwing's exploration magic array. So be it. Everyone, back on the ship. We must eliminate as much of the Holy Race Army's forces as possible before news spreads. Shurfeng wasn't particularly surprised by Rampant Blade's report. Immediately, he commanded everyone to return to the Silverwing and head for another campsite the Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fang had discovered. While Shurfeng's team was making its way to another campsite, Zero Wing's 9 other assault teams also began their attack on the Holy Race Army one after another. The Holy Race Army's campsite is just ahead. Are you sure you want to attack it, Vice Guild Leader Phoenix? Unrestrained Lionheart, the vice commander of the Red Dragon Nation's main force, couldn't help but ask Phoenix Rain as he looked at the Holy Race's campsite in the distance. Truth be told, Unrestrained Lionheart was full of apprehension as he followed Phoenix Rain, Zero Wing's newly appointed vice guild leader, to attack the Holy Race Army. This was because he had never heard of Phoenix Rain until today. Moreover, most of the players in Phoenix Rain's team were only Tier 5 players. It should be known that the campsite they were targeting housed over 10,000 Holy Race players, of which over 100 were Tier 6 players. Yet, Phoenix Rain was looking to attack it with only a team of 10. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3662, Chapter 736, Frighten Holy Race. Chapter 3662, Chapter 736, Frighten Holy Race. Chapter 736, Frighten Holy Race naturally. Standing amidst a primordial forest, with an advanced black cloak concealing her information, Phoenix Rain responded confidently to unrestrained Lionheart's anxiety. Before Phoenix Rain came to the World Ark, Feng had already informed her of the general situation of the Eternal Realm and Zero Wing, so she knew that Zero Wing needed to defend its resurrection camp at all costs. Otherwise, Zero Wing would lose access to Holy Ring City, and its development would lag behind the other powers over time. It should be known that most powers operating in the Eternal Realm had scattered large amounts of manpower across the Eternal Realm's various NPC cities. Not only were these NPC cities gathering places for a large number of players during the Eternal Realm's initial stages, but the real estate of these NPC cities was also an opportunity for the various powers to generate astronomical wealth. With Zero Wing's current development being limited to just one city, it wouldn't matter how well Zero Wing fared in the Eternal Realm. At the end of the day, Zero Wing still couldn't generate enough wealth to compete against the various powers that were operating in numerous NPC cities. To make matters worse, Zero Wing had very few Tier 6 experts under its command presently. This, in turn, limited how many resource nodes it could occupy in the Eternal Realm. Even if Zero Wing currently possessed the ability to increase a player's chances of advancing to Tier 6, the guild would still need experts with the potential to reach Tier 6 before it could start to produce Tier 6 experts. Although the Crystal City of Secrets had a large player population, it was still just one city. Compared to the players populating the many NPC cities across the Eternal Realm, the Crystal City's player population was minuscule. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the various powers would have more Tier 6 experts than Zero Wing. Once that happened, there would be very little Zero Wing could do to catch up. If Zero Wing wished to stand a chance against the various conglomerates and pseudo-apex powers, its only hope now was to defend its resurrection camp and rely on it to generate wealth and expand Zero Wing's territory. If you insist, but please be careful, Vice Guild Leader Phoenix. Hearing Phoenix Rain's determined response, unrestrained Lionheart reminded, according to our scouts, the campsite has at least 3 God-ranked experts. If you find yourself not a match, retreat as soon as possible. If your Tier 5 teammates get killed by any of those 3, they might permanently lose access to God's domain. At least 3 God-ranked experts, Sinful Flame, a legendary individual, and an elder of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, licked the edges of his mouth in excitement when he heard unrestrained Lionheart's words. I never thought I would get an opportunity to become a challenger at my age. You better not hog them all to yourself, Elder Flame. At least leave some for me, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling when she saw Sinful Flame's enthusiastic behavior. Due to the limited number of Tier 6 experts and 4th floor experts in their home god's domain, she had very few opponents she could spar with ever since she advanced to Tier 6. However, that was no longer the case now that she had arrived in the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, similar to Sinful Flame, she wanted to spar with as many Tier 6 experts as she could. It would be even better if they were 4th floor experts and above. Whether she won or lost these fights, she would benefit from them massively. No can do. Also, we must agree to a first-come, first-served basis. Nobody is allowed to interfere with each other's fights, Sinful Flame said, rolling his eyes at Phoenix Rain. He showed no intention of making concessions to his juniors. Fine. Phoenix Rain helplessly nodded. Meanwhile, unrestrained Lionheart was exasperated when he heard the conversation between Sinful Flame and Phoenix Rain. Arrogant. These 2 individuals were wildly arrogant. God-ranked experts were respected and feared by the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the greater God's domain. Yet, Sinful Flame and Phoenix Rain regarded God-ranked experts as merely sparring partners. It should be known that these 2 individuals were merely 4th floor experts. They were leagues inferior to the Holy Race's God-ranked experts. Even if Sinful Flame and Phoenix Rain worked together, they would stand no chance against a God-ranked expert from the Holy Race. In fact, They would still lose even if the God-ranked expert gave them a handicap of an arm and a leg. Yet, they were now boldly claiming that they were going to challenge multiple God-ranked experts by themselves. Everyone move out! When Phoenix Rain saw one of the Holy Race's level 181 God-ranked experts emerging from an advanced tent, she suddenly issued a command to move out before charging forward by herself, behaving nothing like a proper leader. "You shameless little girl!" Sinful Flame stamped his feet angrily at Phoenix Rain's behavior. However, when he saw that Phoenix Rain had already gained a head start of several hundred yards, he promptly charged at the advanced tent that the level 181 God-ranked expert had emerged from. As for the 8 Tier 50 wing members on Phoenix Rain's team, they charged forward in a frenzy. As if afraid they wouldn't be noticed, they even went as far as to shout a battle cry as they advanced on the Holy Race army. Lunatics! These people are a bunch of lunatics. Unrestrained Lionheart was dumbfounded when he saw Zero Wing's team initiating a frontal confrontation. Weren't they supposed to ambush the enemy? How was this anything like an ambush? At this time, aside from Unrestrained Lionheart, the Red Dragon Nation scouts, who were observing the Holy Race's campsite from afar, were similarly stunned by this situation. If they didn't know any better, they would think that Zero Wing's 10-man team was secretly backed by a 100,000-man army. After all, these Zero Wing members behaved nothing like a 10-man team would when advancing on a 10,000-man army. Naturally, Zero Wing's unrestrained shouting caught the attention of the Holy Race army in no time. Immediately, the Holy Race players stationed in the campsite emerged from their tents and quickly grouped into parties, intending to use combination holy arts to retaliate against the attacking enemy. What's going on? Why are there only 10 players? Are these human players playing a joke on us? After the Holy Race players got into positions, they couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw the approaching Zero Wing members. 10 players. A team of 10 players actually dared to charge at their army of 10,000. Not only that, but only 2 among these 10 players were Tier 6 experts. If they didn't know any better, they'd think they were being attacked by a team of God-ranked experts armed to the teeth. While the Holy Race players were pondering how they should deal with Zero Wing's deranged members, Phoenix Rain suddenly raised her staff into the air. Immediately afterward, a 2-fold magic array for a Tier 6 curse that covered the entire campsite suddenly appeared, shocking all of the Holy Race players in the campsite. However, what shocked the Holy Race players wasn't the fact that Phoenix Rain had double-cast a Tier 6 curse, but the mana that was being used to power the Tier 6 curse. Phoenix Rain's mana was as solid as steel, and not even the mana of Tier 6 gods could compare. Upon sensing the mana in the 2-fold magic arrays, even the Holy Race's God-ranked experts, who were initially thinking of ridiculing Zero Wing's members, shuddered involuntarily. She's beyond gods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3663, Chapter 737, Silent Battlefield. Chapter 3663, Chapter 737, Silent Battlefield. Chapter 737, Silent Battlefield TL Notes. I previously mentioned that the ROS I received for Chapter 505 were missing a section. Well, I found the completed version and made the necessary changes. Original. The only problem was that these undeveloped lands were located far from any NPC strongholds, and reaching them required a lot of time, even with the help of legendary flying mounts. It might not be a problem if players only needed to travel to these places once, but the time players wasted on travel would quickly pile up if they had to make multiple trips. This was where guild cities came in. To establish a guild city in the Eternal Realm, players would need to have the city building order, and to obtain a city building order, players would need to explore and raid the 100 Eyes Canyon. Edited. The only problem was that these undeveloped lands were located far from any NPC strongholds, and reaching them required a lot of time, even with the help of legendary flying mounts. It might not be a problem if players only needed to travel to these places once, but the time players wasted on travel would quickly pile up if they had to make multiple trips. This was where guild strongholds came to play. However, establishing a guild stronghold in the Eternal Realm was a challenging task. Not only did the construction of a guild stronghold require an astronomical amount of eternal gold coins, but a city-building order was also needed. To make matters worse, it was incredibly difficult to obtain a Lord's certificate. Even the pseudo-apex powers in the current Eternal Realm would need to mobilize all their forces to acquire one. Meanwhile, the Hundred Eyes Canyon was one of the few places where players could obtain city-building orders. Also, Lord's certificate changed to City Building Order. Tier 6 Curse, Endless Requiem. This was the only large-scale destruction spell in Phoenix Rain's repertoire. Even with the powerful suppression that the World Ark's environment placed on mana, Endless Requiem could still cover a 1,000-yard radius in a deathly gale that eroded all life. Of course, Endless Requiem wasn't all-powerful. Setting Tier 5 players aside, any decently equipped Tier 6 player caught within the Tier 6 Curses AoE should have no trouble surviving it under normal circumstances. However, it should be known that Phoenix Rain was currently level 212 and equipped with the God Chaser set. In terms of power, her Endless Requiem would be stronger than even that of level 200 Tier 6 gods. It was no longer a large-scale destruction spell that players under level 200 could withstand. Damn it! Stop her! One of the Holy Race Army's leaders shouted as he pointed at Phoenix Rain. Almost immediately, the 4 God-ranked Holy Race experts stationed in the campsite charged at Phoenix Rain. They understood what they needed to do, and they did not hesitate to take action for even a moment. On the other side, Phoenix Rain naturally noticed the 4 level 180-plus God-ranked experts charging at her. However, even when the 4 God-ranked experts arrived within 500 yards of her, she did not stop channeling her Endless Requiem. Instead, she simply raised her free hand at the 4 experts. Triple speed casting, Tier 6 spell, Thunder Dragon's Halberd. Suddenly, 3 crimson lightning bolts shot out from Phoenix Rain's hand and targeted 3 of the 4 approaching God-ranked experts. Each lightning bolt also split into countless branches as they closed in on its target, covering a much greater area and making evasion impossible. As a result, the 3 targeted God-ranked experts could only gather their holy aura to defend themselves. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the 3 level 181 Tier 6 God-ranked experts were sent flying back over 100 yards, and their HPs fell by nearly 50%. One of them even had his arm crippled because he had failed to deflect Phoenix Rain's attack completely. Who is she? The Holy Race players in the campsite felt their worldview challenged when they saw this development. Just by raising her hand, Phoenix Rain, a human mage god, had crippled 1 God-ranked expert and injured 2. While the Holy Race players in the campsite were in shock, the 4th God-ranked expert had arrived within 50 yards of Phoenix Rain. However, before he could attack Phoenix Rain, a gray-clad old man suddenly appeared before him and swung a knight's sword at his neck. This situation left him with no choice but to try to block and deflect the attack. Clang! When both sides clashed, a crisp sound echoed across the battlefield. Immediately afterward, the Holy Race Army's 4th God-ranked expert could be seen being sent flying like a cannonball. It was also obvious that the God-ranked expert had sustained serious injuries, as even after crashing into the ground, he failed to get up right away. An existence beyond gods. It was another existence beyond gods. In a mere team of 10, there were actually 2 experts who were above gods. Before the Holy Race players in the campsite could wrap their minds around this mind-boggling situation, the remaining 8 members of Zero Wing's assault team also began their attack, bombarding the campsite with a series of arrows and spells. Although these 8 Zero Wing members were only Tier 5 players, they were all at level 210 and equipped with the epic God Chaser set. The power of their attacks could rival level 180 Tier 6 gods, with their opponents being only a bunch of level 180 players. It went without saying they could deal devastating damage. Subsequently, the attacks of 8 Tier 5 Zero Wing members could be seen obliterating any Tier 5 Holy Race player they came into contact with. As for the Tier 6 Holy Race experts struck by these attacks, although they didn't die on the spot, they still sustained heavy injuries, proving that they weren't strong enough to confront the attacks directly. The 8 Tier 5 Zero Wing members were effectively invincible as they clashed with the Holy Race army, killing several dozen Tier 5 Holy Race experts with their every attack and heavily injuring Tier 6 Holy Race experts. As for the Tier 6 Shadow Knight, Sinful Flame, he was akin to the Grim Reaper on the battlefield, eliminating every Holy Race expert in his path without fail. In only 3 seconds, Sinful Flame and the 8 Tier 5 Zero Wing members had already killed over 1,000 Holy Race players, reducing the campsite's population by nearly 10%. Am I hallucinating? Unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but rub his eyes as he watched the slaughter before him. He seriously suspected he was hallucinating. It was already unbelievable that Zero Wing's 10-man assault team had 2 taboo-level existences. Yet, as if that wasn't enough, the remaining 8 members of the team were also existences slightly stronger than the average God-ranked experts. 1. Most importantly, these 8 individuals were only Tier 5 players. It should be known that Unrestrained Lionheart was an elder of the Red Dragon Nation. However, even after ascending to Tier 6, he was still much weaker compared to God-ranked experts of the same level. Unless he could gather a full set of legendary equipment for himself, he could never hope to fight God-ranked experts of the same level. Yet, Zero Wing's 8 Tier 5 members could not only fight God-ranked experts, but they were even winning with an overwhelming advantage. As Unrestrained Lionheart grappled with reality, the Holy Race army suffered another 1,000 casualties. The Holy Race army, once a symbol of fear for the various human powers, was now crumbling apart like a house of cards before the relentless onslaught of Zero Wing's assault team. With such frightening teams under his command, it's no wonder Black Flame can hold the Skylight Association's partnership offer in contempt. If 19th Sword learns of this, he'll probably regret ever making an enemy out of Zero Wing. When Unrestrained Lionheart saw how easily Phoenix Rain's team was massacring an army of 10,000-plus Holy Race players, he suddenly started to pity 19th Sword. It should be known that Zero Wing had dispatched 10 assault teams to ambush the Holy Race army scattered across the Soul Lake. Even if the other teams were slightly weaker than Phoenix Rain's team, the difference shouldn't be significant. With such a force under Zero Wing's command, even if all of the pseudo-Apex powers currently operating in the World Arc joined forces, they still couldn't afford to provoke Zero Wing. Yet, the Skylight Association's 19th Sword had declared he would make it impossible for Zero Wing to survive in the World Arc. Everyone, gather on me. I'm activating the Holy Aegis. As Zero Wing's assault team members continued their slaughter, the Holy Race Army's commander took out a holy totem from his bag and chanted an incantation. Subsequently, numerous protective screens made of holy power formed around the campsite, isolating the Holy Race Army from Zero Wing's members. At the same time, a barrier covering a 1,000-yard radius formed around Zero Wing's members, trapping them inside. Someone, contact the rest of the army. Inform them that Zero Wing's main force is attacking us and that we have trapped them here. Have them send reinforcements immediately. The army commander commanded. Now, they only had to wait for reinforcements from the rest of the army to eliminate Phoenix Rain and the others. Admittedly, Phoenix Rain and her teammates were very strong. On a battlefield involving only 10,000 players, they could exhibit heaven-defying strength. However, their strength would become insignificant when faced with the 3 Holy Race Guilds' army of 200,000 plus experts. The 3 guilds had gathered over 100 God-ranked experts this time, so annihilating 8 God-ranked experts would be child's play. They also had large-scale combination holy arts that, when executed by 100 Tier 6 God-ranked experts, could obliterate even taboo-level existences. Have these guilds lost their minds? Why would they use a defensive treasure, like Holy Aegis here? Unrestrained Lionheart revealed an ugly look when he saw the protective screens that had formed around the Holy Race Army's campsite. Holy Aegis was a famous single-use tool among the Holy Race, as it could withstand many attacks from even taboo-level existences. However, due to its rarity, each Holy Aegis was worth as much as a legendary weapon, and even the Holy Race's royal powers did not have many, let alone the subordinates of royal powers. If Phoenix Rain's team couldn't break out in time, their fates would be sealed once the rest of the Holy Race army arrived. While unrestrained Lionheart was having a panic attack, the members of the 3 Holy Race guilds calling for reinforcements inside the Holy Aegis suddenly revealed dumbfounded expressions. Requesting reinforcements. Our coordinates are 154. 445. We have discovered Zero Wing's taboo-level main force members. Screw you. We have also discovered Zero Wing's taboo-level main force members. There are 3 of them here. We have already trapped them using Holy Aegis, so hurry up and send reinforcements. TL notes. 1. Slightly stronger than God-ranked experts. This line is written in unrestrained Lionheart's perspective, so the God-ranked experts here are referring to level 180, Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Phoenix Rain, and the others are equipped with the advanced black cloak, so unrestrained Lionheart is unaware of their actual levels. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3664, Chapter 738, New Legend. Chapter 3664, Chapter 738, New Legend. Chapter 738, New Legend World Arc, Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Following the arrival of Zero Wing's reinforcements, the atmosphere in the Resurrection Camp became incomparably tense and gloomy. It was especially so for the Red Dragon Nations and Azure Fang's members. Although they kept setting up magic arrays and war weapons around the camp's perimeter, they wore grim expressions as they did so. After all, their opponents this time were the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard, and an army of 200,000 plus Holy Race experts formed by the Sun Dynasty's 3 subordinate guilds. Not even the 7 Luminaries Alliance's resurrection camps could defend against such a force. So, even though the Red Dragon Nation, Azure Fang, and Zero Wing worked together, their chances of successfully defending the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp were slim. What do you think Zero Wing is trying to do, Milia? I thought they were sending their flying ship to aid in the defense, but it left again shortly after arriving. The Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fang also sent out a bunch of scouts to investigate the Holy Race Army. Could they be planning an ambush? Titan asked out of curiosity as he observed the situation inside the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp with the help of a magic mirror. I've also heard other guilds saying that Black Flame has gone toward the 3 Holy Race Guilds campsite with a small team. Does he really think he can turn this guild war around all by himself? How should I know? Milia answered, shaking her head. Then a solemn look suddenly appeared on her face as she continued. But based on our scouts' reports, the forces the 3 Holy Race Guilds have scattered across the Soul Lake seem to be in disarray right now. Did Black Flame really initiate an attack on them? Titan asked, revealing a look of interest. If that's the case, we should go over and take a look. The Seven Luminaries Alliance has placed Black Flame on the latest edition of the Divine Glory list. He's even ranked among the top 300 despite having only reached Tier 6 recently. This is the same treatment Spear Paradise received when he debuted after killing a level 200+ ancient god. By now, Black Flame had already become a hot topic for many players in the Greater Gods domain, and the cause behind it was the latest edition of the Divine Glory list. The Divine Glory list was a ranking list that recorded the Greater Gods domain's apex powerhouses. Although it wasn't perfect, it was still very reliable, and it held vastly greater influence in the Greater Gods domain than the Luminous and Sacred Glory lists. As for why everyone was discussing Black Flame specifically, it was because he had debuted on the Divine Glory list. Not only that, but he had also debuted with a ranking in the top 300, even though Black Flame had only advanced to Tier 6 recently. This was a treatment the Seven Luminaries Alliance had rarely offered in the past century. It should be known that anyone capable of entering the Divine Glory list would be in existence capable of trading blows with a level 200 Tier 6 god at the very least. In addition, the Seven Luminaries Alliance would rarely assign debutantes a high ranking on the Divine Glory list. For example, although there were some debutantes who had proven themselves capable of trading blows with ancient gods, most of them had only debuted with a ranking in the top 500. As for why the Seven Luminaries Alliance would do so, it was to ensure the accuracy of the Divine Glory list. After all, a single battle wasn't enough to give a full picture of a player's strength. It was entirely possible that the player just so happened to have performed outstandingly in that particular battle. It could also be that they had taken advantage of unique circumstances, such as the enemy being weakened prior to the battle. Only by evaluating players across multiple battles could the Seven Luminaries Alliance make an accurate evaluation. Of course, this didn't mean that the Seven Luminaries Alliance was arbitrary in its decision to give Black Flame his current rank. The Alliance had clearly indicated on the Divine Glory list that Black Flame had received his ranking because of his achievement of killing Chalk Splendor, a holy child of the Sun Dynasty. The Alliance had also indicated that Chalk Splendor was wielding the Sunlight Blade, a divine weapon at the time. With the achievement of slaying a taboo-level existence under his belt, nobody would question Black Flame's qualifications to be on the Divine Glory list. After all, taboo-level existences were few and far between in the Greater Gods domain. Moreover, most, if not all, belonged to the various apex powers and pseudo-apex powers. However, it would be a little far-fetched to say that Black Flame deserved to be ranked within the top 300 in his first evaluation. That was akin to saying that Black Flame was on the same standard as Spear Paradise, the great commander of the Scarecrow Fox Adventurer team. It should be known that Spear Paradise debuted on the Divine Glory list after slaying a level 200+ ancient god. Even if Chalk Splendor was wielding the Sunlight Blade when Black Flame fought him, it would be an exaggeration to say that he could compare with a level 200+ ancient god. Not to mention, Black Flame had Verdant Rainbow helping him from the side. Without Verdant Rainbow's assistance, Black Flame would never have been able to kill Chalk Splendor. For these reasons, many people felt that the Seven Luminaries Alliance was giving preferential treatment to Black Flame. Either that or the Alliance deemed that Black Flame's potential was equal to the Spear Paradise of the past, which in turn meant that Black Flame was qualified to stand on equal footing with lofty existences such as 19th Sword, who was one of the current 10 Great Sword gods. Hence, Titan couldn't help but be curious about Black Flame's talent and potential. That's merely the Alliance showing Black Flame its appreciation for his contributions, 19th Sword said contemptuously as he opened his eyes. "You're not young anymore, Titan. How can you not understand something so simple? Do you really think Black Flame is worthy of being compared with Spear Paradise?" In 19th Sword's opinion, Black Flame could indeed be regarded as a genius for mastering a gold combat technique at such a young age. It was also why he praised the young man originally. However, to say that Black Flame was comparable with Spear Paradise in potential would be a gross overestimation. Others might not be fully aware of the circumstances surrounding Spear Paradise, but 19th Sword was. Spear Paradise, the divine spear, might have been a late bloomer, but as he kept growing, his strength became increasingly astonishing. He had grown so strong that he had single-handedly turned Scarecrow Fox into an adventurer team that even the various pseudo-Apex powers needed to respect. On what grounds did Black Flame deserve to be equated to someone like Spear Paradise? I doubt it is Black Flame fighting against the 3 Holy Race Guilds, Milia said, shaking her head. According to the information I received, a mysterious power is attacking multiple of the 3 guilds' campsites simultaneously, causing them severe losses. Moreover, this mysterious power has already mobilized more than 10 taboo-level existences thus far. Do you think Zero Wing has that many taboo-level existences? I guess you're right. Titan nodded. Currently, Black Flame was the only known taboo-level existence in Zero Wing. As for Gentle Snow, the snow goddess, although she was strong, she was far from reaching the standard of taboos. No matter how Titan thought about it, there was no way Zero Wing could mobilize 10 taboo-level existences. Can you have your people look into that power, Milia? 19th Sword asked. It'll be even better if you can get in touch with that power. There should only be a few powers capable of mobilizing so many taboo-level existences in the greater God's domain, and none were existences the Skylight Association could afford to provoke at present. So, it would naturally be good if the Skylight Association could get acquainted with this mysterious power. Just as 19th Sword asked his question, Milia received an update from one of her subordinates. Then, she suddenly grew hesitant as she turned to 19th Sword and said, "That power seems to be Zero Wing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3665, Chapter 739, Holy Guard arrives. Chapter 3665, Chapter 739, Holy Guard arrives. Chapter 739, Holy Guard arrives. Zero Wing. Titan revealed a surprised look when he heard Milia's words. You're not joking, are you, Milia? Even for the various Apex powers, it would be difficult for them to come up with a force of 10 taboo-level existences in the current Eternal Realm. So, how is it possible that a newly established guild like Zero Wing could do so? If Zero Wing truly had such a powerful foundation, the Skylight Association's threat to Zero Wing would become a complete joke. Are you certain, Milia? 19th Sword asked, similarly having difficulty believing Milia's words. There should be no mistaking it, Milia said as she solemnly looked at the report she just received. The scouts I dispatched have already sent over several battle videos involving the Holy Race Army's campsites. You'll know once you take a look. After saying so, Milia played 2 videos she received on the magic mirror for 19th Sword and Titan to watch, each lasting no more than 20 seconds. The first video showed a battle in a forest, and a large section of the forest could be seen encircled by screens made from holy power of unprecedented density. Shortly after the video began, a cloaked woman wearing a 6-winged emblem could be seen waving the staff in her hand and calling down a gale of death upon the forest. The gale dyed the forest environment in a shade of gray and repeatedly struck the energy screens, wearing them away. In only a few seconds, the energy screens, which looked like they could withstand a long and continuous bombardment from even a taboo-level existence, shattered. Subsequently, it took only a moment for the Gale of Death to annihilate the thousands of Holy Race players behind the energy screens. The second video showed a battle taking place beside a lake. The Holy Race Army in the video comprised over 10,000 players, of which more than 30 Tier 6 experts. As soon as the video began, a cloaked female assassin could be seen reaping the lives of the Tier 6 Holy Race experts, one after another. None of the Tier 6 Holy Race experts could last more than a move against the female assassin. Even God-ranked experts were not an exception. Similar to the Elementalist in the first video, the female assassin could be vaguely seen wearing Zero Wing's six-winged emblem. When the second video concluded, silence enveloped the tent. Neither 19th Sword nor Titan could find any words. "What should we do now, Elder Sword?" Milia asked, breaking the silence. "If Zero Wing decides to take action against us in the World Arc, I'm afraid we will be powerless to resist. If Zero Wing only had one or two taboo-level existences, the Skylight Association could still hold its ground, albeit just barely. However, fighting a force of more than 10 taboo-level existences was no longer within the realm of the current Skylight Association's capabilities. At this time, Titan also turned to 19th Sword for his decision. 19th Sword was the person in charge of the Skylight Association's operations in the world Arkansas. He was also the person who knew the Skylight Association best. If even 19th Sword didn't have a way out of this predicament, the Skylight Association would most likely have to withdraw from the world Arkansas. It seems I have underestimated Black Flame. I didn't think he would have hidden so many experts who can rival taboo-level existences. Contrasting the reaction Milia and Titan had expected, 19th Sword suddenly chuckled. Then he said, "Our plan remains unchanged. You two should just stick to it like before. But Zero Wing has over 10 taboo-level existences, Elder Sword." Titan emphasized, "These taboo-level existences alone should be enough to defend the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp from the Sun Dynasty." Taboo-level existences were akin to weapons of mass destruction when used against the powers operating in the current Eternal Realm. Even one taboo-level existence could achieve astounding effects on a battlefield, let alone a force of over 10 taboo-level existences. Even the Sun Dynasty shouldn't be capable of defeating such a force. Although these two people have tried their best to hide it, their actual combat standards aren't particularly noteworthy, 19th Sword said nonchalantly as he glanced at Titan. "I don't know what method Zero Wing has used to grant them the power of taboos, but I can say for certain that they don't have any divine artifacts equipped. They merely have incredibly high basic attributes. Zero Wing would be dreaming if it thinks it can defeat the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard with such players." "Is the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard that powerful, Elder Sword?" Milia asked out of curiosity. She couldn't understand why 19th Sword would be so certain Zero Wing wouldn't be a match for the Holy Guard. "I hadn't told this to you two before, but I trust this information should reach the various powers soon." Putting on a solemn expression, 19th Sword said, 2 days ago, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce had sent 4 divine artifact wielders to the World Arc's core area on a mission. However, all 4 of them ended up getting killed by the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. 4 of Eternal's divine artifact wielders were killed. "Impossible!" Milia exclaimed. "Did the Holy Guard mobilize in full force?" The Eternal Chamber of Commerce was an apex power of the human race. Although it had always operated mysteriously, no power would dare to underestimate it, especially not its divine artifact wielders. In terms of combat standards, these divine artifact wielders were definitely comparable to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Verdant Rainbow. So, Milia found it truly hard to imagine what kind of force was necessary to kill 4 of such individuals. Full force. 19th Sword cackled. "If the Holy Guard really did attack with all its members, do you think Eternal will bother to suppress the news?" A 1,000-man team. The Holy Guard mobilized only a 1,000-man team. Furthermore, that 1,000-man team only sent 4 of its 100-man teams to deal with Eternal's 4 divine artifact wielders. For 100-man teams, this How is this possible? Titan couldn't help but be taken aback. Had the Holy Guard mobilized all its members to kill 4 taboo-level existences? Although he would still be surprised, he wouldn't find it unbelievable. However, killing 4 divine artifact wielders with only 400 players sounded like a fantasy, no matter how he thought about it. Just as 19th Sword was about to say something in response, the magic mirror inside the tent suddenly fluctuated violently, numerous ripples spreading across the mirror's surface. Powerful energy fluctuations are approaching the resurrection camp. Has the Sun Dynasty arrived? Apart from the Skylight Association's magic mirror, the other powers observing the Soul Lake resurrection camp from a distance also saw intense reactions coming from their magic mirrors. Subsequently, a moment after these magic mirrors started to fluctuate, the image of a gigantic 18-headed serpent that measured several thousand meters tall appeared on them. Thousands of Holy Race players could also be seen standing atop the serpent's 18 heads, their standardized equipment and organized formations giving them the appearance of a well-trained army, apart from looking like disciplined soldiers. All these Holy Race players were at level 182, tier 6 or above. Among them, the team leaders were fully equipped with legendary equipment, and the auras they radiated could match that of tier 6 gods of the same level. Furthermore, standing at the forefront of each of the serpent's 18 heads were individuals with auras as strong as the 18-headed serpent itself. Aside from wearing guild emblems shaped like the sun, the 18 individuals also wore white capes imprinted with a similarly shaped holy pattern. Meanwhile, when the various human powers experts saw these Holy Race players, a name automatically appeared in their minds: the Holy Guard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.